I'm Paula Silsby. I was the U.S. Attorney for the state.
And I'm Deborah Bader. I'm a retired forensic psychologist.
I'm Toby Dilworth. I'm a lawyer in Portland.
Morning, Jeff Marshall, former district attorney for Sagadahoc and Knox and Waldo counties, and also a retired judge.
I'm a psychiatrist. We're currently working at Katie Hospital.
Maybe we could introduce the staff who's got interview in.
I'm Ann Jordan, the executive director, retired attorney.
I'm Brian McMaster, investigator for the commission, and I'm a retired chief investigator for the Attorney General's office.
So the first thing I'd like to announce, just for the purpose of public consumption, is that this is being live streamed over Zoom and can be accessed by people anywhere, I guess. And I would like to remind the media that we do have ASL interpreters, and when possible, if you could include that within your shot, it would be helpful to your viewing audience. And I would ask the ASL interpreters one of them at least, to introduce those who are present.
Hi, I'm sign language interpreter Merrill Troop, hearing ASL interpreter. The other hearing interpreter is Shelley Parks. And the interpreters who will be on the screen are certified deaf interpreters, Amy Richards and Joe Toledo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate having you folks here today. I want to begin by thanking first the Maine State Police for assembling an investigative file that I would guess is probably the largest investigative file they've ever compiled. It's taken a while, but it is a very complete thing, and there may be a few things left over, but we've got 95+% of the investigative file presently. And I also want to thank the Bureau of General Services, because of this facility. We have no home, and so we were completely dependent upon the kindness of strangers, and Bureau of General Services came forth and told us about this facility, which works out really well. Hopefully, this is our first try. And I also would like to thank Sheriff Mary and the members of his department who are here today for their willingness to show up voluntarily and to shed light on this tragedy that we all have been affected by. The schedule for the day, we anticipate we'll probably go till 12 or thereabouts, take an hour off for lunch, and then resume and finish up. We have to be out of here by 4 o'clock this afternoon. So we'll try to keep a schedule that will accommodate that. So I think without further ado, we can we're going to call members of the department who had involvement with this. And we've assigned one of our members to, just in order to keep it sort of organized, to have one member sort of ask questions of the witness and to treat it like that. At the conclusion, other members of the commission may have a question, but hopefully it will be mostly covered by the lead. So the first that we would like to hear from would be Deputy Carleton, and Ellen Gorman, our member of the commission, will be the one who will conduct the examination. In effect, it's not an adversarial proceeding. It's a question and answer designed to serve the function of fact finding and to inform not only us, but the people of Maine of the facts in this situation. So,
Dan, I think Sheriff Mary wants to make an opening statement before we start.
okay, I was thinking when we called him, but that's fine if you want to. You can do it either now or when you're called.
Thank you. It would probably be more appropriate if it was now.
Okay.
I just think in terms of
that's
kind
fine.
of an opening statement and maybe.
We're pretty flexible, so go right ahead.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir. Chair Watson and members of the commission, my name is Joel Mary, and I am the sheriff of Sagadahoc County. I've had the good fortune to work with some of the members of this commission in the past, and I'm grateful for that. On behalf of myself, the Sagadahoc County Sheriff's Office, and county leaders, we appreciate the opportunity to be here today and to contribute to the important work of this commission. We all share a common goal: to understand what happened on October 25th in Lewiston, and to do everything that we can to ensure that nothing like this tragic event ever happens again in our state. With me here today, Chief Deputy Strout, Sergeant Aaron Skolfield, and Deputy Chad Carleton. We'd like to start off by expressing our deepest sympathies to the victims of the shooting in Lewiston, and to the families and friends, and to the many communities that have been impacted by the events of that terrible day. The mass shooting on October 25th in Lewiston have changed the community in our state forever. Nothing that we do or say will ease the pain, a loss of so many people that have endured. But we are committed to being transparent, honest accountant of the actions of the Sagadahoc County Sheriff's Office as they relate to the event, and to offer any assistance that we can to make Maine safer and to protect the lives of Maine people. Soon after the event on October 25th, my office contracted with a highly respected and experienced independent investigator to review the actions of our office in regards to Mr. Robert Card. The 93-page review was conducted by attorney Michael Cuniff. Attorney Cuniff is an experienced investigator and an attorney. He's a former supervisor agent with the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, and with more than 27 years experience leading complex, multi-jurisdictional and multidiscipline investigations. To be clear, neither I nor anyone from the Sagadahoc County has had any involvement or prior relationship with attorney Cuniff. Along with additional support and materials, the report has been provided to the commission and it is available to the public. I initiated the independent review because I believe that it is critical for our department to look objectively at the actions and to make any changes that might help to reduce the risk that something like this could ever happen again. Attorney Cuniff's independent review of the response of the Sagadahoc County Sheriff's Office in May and in September of 2023 relating to Robert Card found that deputies responded reasonably to the call for wellness check on Mr. Card based on the information available to them at the time. Deputies followed department policies, the procedures, and state law in accordance with their training, their knowledge, and their experience. During our use of force training, deputies undergo simulations in which wellness checks have the potential to escalate into violent confrontations. We specifically practice the techniques to de-escalate these encounters. Sergeant Skolfield and Deputy Carleton followed their training of our policies and procedures and Maine law with the goal of protecting public safety. That wellness check training, including helping individuals such as Mr. Card receive the support that he might need through contacts with his family and colleagues in the U.S. Army Reserve, or in other words, those who knew him best. The Sagadahoc County Sheriff's Office took immediate action upon receiving information in September of 2023. Our deputies responded directly to the information presented, including issuing a statewide File 6 alert for Mr. Card. We also ensured that the Saco Police Department was aware of the situation and the fact that the U.S. Army Reserve Center in Saco was mentioned as a possible target for a shooting. The Saco Police Department, according to published reports, then took aggressive and appropriate action to safeguard the center. Mr. Card did not attack the Reserve Center, and the Sagadahoc County deputies reasonably believed that the Card family and the Army Reserve colleagues were in the best position to respond to the concerns of Mr. Card's mental health without risking unnecessary escalation. Our deputies conducted the wellness check were in fact advised by those that knew Mr. Card best against forcing contact or an encounter with him out of concern that that would only escalate the situation. And without having direct contact with Mr. Card, our deputies were not in a position to take him into protective custody. Our deputies believed that the matter with Mr. Card had been resolved and that when they ended their involvement, that he posed no risk to himself or to others. After reviewing the totality of the circumstances regarding the incident in May and September, the independent review also made 3 recommendations for the Sagadahoc County Sheriff's Office to continue to enhance mental health related training programs. Also, to take full advantage of a partnership with newly available mental health liaison resources. And 3, in consideration of the fact that responses to mental health related situations are resource intensive, to explore the creation of a multi-jurisdictional, multidisciplinary mental health response task force or team. The Sagadahoc County Sheriff's Office has implemented the first 2 recommendations, and work has begun on the 3rd. Every law enforcement officer has the obligation to protect the public. The obligations must be balanced with the respect of the individuals and their rights, and undertaken in the context of applicable state law, state and federal laws. It's not easy, and decisions made in real time with imperfect information can have serious and tragic consequences. As the independent kind of review found, the circumstances regarding the deputy's knowledge of and the interactions with Mr. Card did not meet the necessary threshold to apply Maine's yellow flag law. There is always, after a tragedy, an opportunity to wonder if more could have been done. But that analysis must always take into consideration the limitations placed on law enforcement by the law at the time of the event. If there was some action that any of us here could take to bring back the people who were killed last year in Lewiston, we would do it. No question, no hesitation. But there isn't. What we can do is work with the commission, be transparent and honest, to answer your questions and to understand what happened in October, and to determine the path forward that will prevent future mass shootings. We're glad to have the opportunity to be here today to answer any of the questions that you may have and to provide you with any additional information that would be helpful for you in your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheriff. So we will begin with Deputy Carleton and Ellen Gorman. will,
Morning.
Conduct a question.
I'm going to ask you a series of questions. These are open-ended questions, so feel free to answer as necessary. And if I ask you something that you do not understand, please just let me know and I'll try to rephrase it. Okay? First of all, how long have you been a police officer?
I became a reserve deputy in 2001 and went full-time in 2004.
And have you been with the Sagadahoc County Sheriff's Office throughout your career?
I have, and for 14 years, I was also assigned to the Maine Drug Enforcement Agency.
And before May 3rd, 2023, did the Sheriff's Office have a crisis intervention deputy, CIT?
All of the deputies that come to work for the Sagadahoc County Sheriff's Department eventually go on to receive crisis intervention training.
So as of May 3rd, all of the officers in the Sheriff's Office had that training?
To my knowledge, everyone that works there eventually gets a training. I can't say all of them had the training. I got the training in May of 2022.
Okay. And was there a crisis intervention team, or were all of the members of the Sheriff's Office considered part of the team?
It would be all of the members would be considered part of the team. There is not one specific set of people that would respond individually to a crisis.
Okay. And during your career as a law enforcement officer, how many calls for mental health crises have you responded to?
Numerous.
Hundreds?
Too many to count. This is when we're talking about welfare checks or mental health crisis, this is a large part of the job today in modern day policing.
And what sort of training have you received so that you are able to respond to those calls?
40 hours of crisis intervention training, which is the standard crisis intervention training officer course. And obviously learning through scenario training that we do almost annually or biannually, and through experience.
What training had you received on protective custody orders and weapons restrictions orders before May 3rd?
We had a almost a 3 or 4 hour online class on the new, at the time, new yellow flag law. And it was also addressed in the 40 hours of crisis intervention training.
And that the online training you took in April of 2023, about 1 month before May 3rd?
I don't recall exactly which day it was.
Okay. As of May 3rd, 2023, did you believe you had a working understanding of Maine's yellow flag law?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell us what your working understanding was?
Well, it's a complex law, if you will. But the first thing you have to have yellow flag is you have to have protective custody. If you don't have protective custody, you can't have yellow flag, which is one of the complicating factors with yellow flag. Once you have protective custody, you can start the yellow flag process, which requires an evaluation at a hospital. It requires SpurLink to do a telehealth conference with the subject. If they agree that the yellow flag should move forward, they sign off on a document. Then you go take that document before judicial review. If the judge agrees that to move forward, you go back to the person, the patient that you've taken into protective custody, you serve them with that paperwork. And then you basically tell them that at this point now you are a restricted person from prohibiting dangerous weapons or firearms. And then the actual flag gets entered into NCIC.
And at that point, do you, as the law enforcement officer, remove the weapons from that person's custody?
Well, that depends. So in certain circumstances, yes. In other circumstances, we ensure that they are secured somewhere and that the person does not have access to them.
At any time before May 3rd, 2023, did you have the opportunity to actually use the yellow flag law?
No,
Since May 3rd, 2023, have you had the opportunity to use the yellow flag law?
I have.
How many times?
Personally, 3. I've been involved in a total of 4.
And in the course of your career as a law enforcement officer, do you receive firearms training?
Yes.
And do you receive that more or less frequently than you receive mental health training?
More.
You receive that monthly?
It's optional monthly. 3 hours a month is optional to go and receive use of force training, not just firearms training. And then annually, we have to qualify per policy.
Before May 3rd, 2023, I think you told me you had not had the opportunity to employ Maine's yellow flag law.
That is correct.
Before May 3rd, 2023, however, had you come upon a call involving a person in the middle of a mental health crisis who had access to firearms or other dangerous weapons?
I'm sure I have.
What actions did you take then?
I can't remember with specificity. With mental health crisis, I typically try to encourage the patient to go voluntarily to the hospital. I think that's a much better approach and never force an issue. It's all about de-escalation and not exacerbating the situation or making it worse. I have been involved in a number of these. I don't remember specifically what I've done to seize any firearms in those instances.
Would one of the options that you might take in these situations is to ask family members to take control of firearms?
Absolutely.
And is that done with some frequency?
I don't know about frequency, but yes, it happens.
And what about asking employers to step in and take some action with regard to firearms or other dangerous weapons?
I wouldn't say asking employers with regards to firearms. I'd say the employer piece would be more part of the mental health piece and getting the best way to get that patient to an evaluation, to set them on the right course.
And before May 3rd, 2023, were you familiar with DHHS's crisis service system?
More or less, yes.
Had you ever referred anyone to that system?
The DHHS?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
What were the circumstances that caused you to do that?
Unsafe living conditions, unsafe parenting situations, adults, specifically with adult protective services who can no longer care for themselves.
And what about with regard to crisis service for mental health problems?
We have a number of options. They usually all begin with a transport to the emergency room. Training to this point has been that the emergency room wants to be the clearinghouse, so to speak. Spurwink has taken on the role with regard specifically to yellow flag. But we have a number of options. We have Maine Behavioral Health within the Midcoast Hospital System. We have Sweetster, local to us, right in Brunswick, Maine. As you know now, we now have a Sweetster mental health liaison that came on with us, I believe October 1st. So we have a number of options, not all specific to DHHS.
Before May 3rd, 2023, did you know Robert Card?
I did not.
Had you heard anything about Robert
I
Card?
had not.
What about any members of his family?
The Card family is a very well-known family in Bodenham, Maine. They part of keeping the roads safe, winter conditions. They own a lot of land. They're a well-known farming family in the community. I didn't know any of them specifically, but I knew of the family name.
On May 3rd, 2023, you received a call from dispatch to go to the Topsom High School.
That's correct.
And who was calling dispatch to get you over there or get an officer over there?
That's School Resource Officer Matthew.
And you were the person who responded because you were the deputy on call?
The deputy on call in that zone.
And we're not going to use names here. We're going to use identifiers. So we'll talk about Mr. Card's ex-wife and his son. Okay?
Very well.
When you got to the high school, who was there?
The school resource officer, the son, and the ex-wife.
And did the school resource officer tell you why she had called?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She told me that she had been approached by the son, her student, who was at the time a senior at Mount Ararat High School. And the son had concerns about his father.
And did you speak directly with the son?
Yes, I did.
What did he tell you?
He told me that starting at around January timeframe of that year, that his father had started to behave oddly in a paranoid type behavior and thought people were talking about him from great distances away. And he provided a few examples.
Okay. And did he say why it was he had asked the school resource officer to do something about this?
Was worried about his father. School resource officer was known to him and approachable, which I believe is one of the primary goals of having a school resource officer. And it also had conversation with his mom, the ex-wife, and her concern was more that the son frequently spent time with Mr. Card. And she was worried about her son spending time moving forward with his father.
Did either Mr. Card's ex-wife or his son mention access to firearms as being one of their concerns?
Yes.
Which one or both?
The son told me that the father had 10 to 15 firearms that had been previously stored at the brother's house, the family property, so to speak, being the brother's house. Said his father had recently picked those guns up, moved them back to his house, had locked them up in his bedroom, but one might be in his truck.
And what was it about his access to the firearms that the son was concerned about?
It wasn't specific to the firearms. It was more specific to the way his father was behaving and the fact that he had gone and gotten the combination of the two. The son told me the father had not done anything at that point with the firearms to make him feel threatened.
Did either the son or the ex-wife tell you that Robert Card had made any threats?
No.
General or specific?
No.
Okay. Did Robert's ex-wife tell you that she was worried about Robert's access to guns and as a result was concerned about her son being with Robert?
I don't remember the firearms being a specific part of that conversation. It was more that he was not acting normally as they knew him and that the son was scheduled to spend time with him moving forward.
Based upon the information that they gave you, did you believe that Robert Card was mentally ill or suffering from some sort of a mental health crisis?
Yes, I did.
And did you understand that he had access to many firearms?
Yes, I did.
Did you believe that he presented a likelihood of serious harm?
Not at that time,
Why not?
because we came up with a plan that I thought was the best course of action to get Mr. Card back on the right path in his life.
And what was that plan?
The plan we discussed, and it involves several parts. The first part being that the ex-wife and the son were adamant that I not let Mr. Card know that they had brought this forward to law enforcement. They wanted to remain anonymous. I explained to them that I am very good at talking to people, and I offered to go try and speak to Mr. Card to see if I could get him to the help they thought he needed. They did not like that option. They thought that option would exacerbate the situation. They did not think that Robert would respond well to someone in uniform. So in the office with the school resource officer and brainstorming with the family who knows him best, I am learning more about Mr. Card and the fact that he was a reservist in the Army, currently stationed at a training unit in Saco. I came up with the idea of notifying Mr. Card's command. I'm aware that the armed services are doing a lot of wonderful things with people that are suffering from PTSD or mental health crisis, and I believe they've come a long way, which is partly why I thought of this idea. I brought that forward, and the ex-wife in particular liked that idea very much about involving Mr. Card's command.
So with that idea, which you proposed and which they agreed to, what was your next step?
I had to research. All I was told was it was a training unit in Saco. Didn't know anything about the unit itself. Prior to leaving that meeting, which I would estimate lasted about a half an hour, we discussed and agreed that the ex-wife would be the primary point of contact. She was going to go back and speak with other members of Mr. Card's family. I had agreed to reach out to Mr. Card's command to see what was available. And again, I'm basing my decisions, trying to take the best course of action with what the families presented me. Two parts. First part being they want to remain anonymous. I would like to honor that, their wishes. I always want to try and take the best course of action where everybody is in agreement. And B, adamant to the fact that they thought my presence or me approaching Mr. Card would be detrimental to the situation. So those were two major factors in my decision to leave that meeting and try and find another way to get Mr. Card on the right path. I left, oh, go ahead, ma'am.
At any time that day or later on, did you discuss your course of action with another member of the sheriff's department or with anyone else?
Not a member of the department until much later in the day.
Much later in that day or?
That day or the next day.
Okay, and who was that you
I
discussed it
don't
with?
recall.
Okay.
It would have been just general conversation.
Did you ever reach out to anyone at the Sagadahoc County District Attorney's Office?
No.
So you said your next step was to try to do some research in figuring out who his commanding officers were and how to get in touch with them.
That's correct.
So how did you go about that?
Phone calls and internet. Found that a training battalion reservist center existed in Saco. Looked up on the internet, found the phone number, called the general number. Human being answered the phone. That was a gentleman by the name of last name Getchell.
Did you speak with any other members of Robert Card's family on May 3rd?
I did.
Who else did you speak with
His
that day?
brother.
And what did his brother tell you?
His brother was a few things. His brother was surprised surprised to hear what I relayed from the son and didn't believe the situation was as serious as it was being presented. He told me that a little bit of history about himself and about Mr. Card and both of their service in the military. We talked about the fact that Mr. Card had never served in combat, but the brother had. We talked about the brother being surprised to hear Mr. Card had picked up the firearms from his house, from the family compound, so to speak, and moved them. He was unaware of that. He also talked about the fact that he had some conversations with Mr. Card about getting an attorney. And what I was told from the son, from the brother, was that Mr. Card was accusing others of calling him a pedophile, and that he was interested in getting an attorney to take some form of legal action against these people.
You said that you got in touch with a gentleman by the name of Getchell. Did he put you in touch with members of Mr. Card's reserve unit?
He did. He provided me 2 names and 2 phone numbers. One was to the first sergeant of the unit, and the other was to the captain of the unit.
And the first sergeant's name?
I believe that's Kelvin Moat.
And First Sergeant Moat is also a member of the Ellsworth Police Department.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Captain Reamer
Yes.
is a member of law enforcement in New Hampshire.
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you speak with one or both of them on May 3rd?
I spoke with First Sergeant Moat.
And what did he tell you? Or what, well, how did the conversation go?
So I called First Sergeant Moat. I remember I left a message. We ended up on the phone, and I explained what was going on. He told me that, in fact, Mr. Card had been accusing fellow service members of the unit of calling him a pedophile. It seemed to corroborate what the son had told me, and seemed to be a bit of a pattern here. We talked about the fact that the unit was due to go on to a training mission deployment that involved crew-served weapons, which I believe are machine guns, some sort of training mission. He was very thankful the fact that I had called, was surprised to hear, I guess, like the brother, was surprised to hear that maybe this was really as bad as perhaps Colby presented it, and didn't really offer any answers as to why Mr. Card thought people were calling him a pedophile, but it seemed to add up.
And did First Sergeant Moat have any suggestions for what he could do or what you could do?
Told me he was going to call Captain Reamer as soon as we get off the phone, and they were going to come up with a plan and develop a plan to bring Mr. Card in and see what they could do about getting him some help.
Was there anything else in that conversation with First Sergeant Moat?
Without looking at my report, I don't recall anything specific.
You want to take a look at
Yeah,
it?
that would be fine, ma'am. Thank you.
I'd say generally, anyone who's testifying today can refer to their notes.
Thank you.
Refreshes their memory. I would also say to the audience that we've had access to all of the investigative materials supplied to us, both by the sheriff and by the Maine State Police. So
That sums it up, ma'am.
Did you also speak with Captain Reamer that day?
I did not.
One more question on May 3rd. If either the son or the ex-wife, in addition to the information they had provided you, had said that Robert had said he was going to take care of it or take care of things, would that have done anything to your determination about probable cause?
Can you be more specific?
So my understanding of your thinking process on May 3rd was that because there was evidence of mental health issues, there was access to firearms, but there did not seem to be any threats of suicide or homicide or imminent threat to other persons. You determined that protective custody, at least at that point, was not appropriate. Is that fair?
That's partially fair. So again, protective custody requires someone to be in front of you. It requires access to a person to make that happen, as the commission well knows. I was being told that access to the person was a bad idea. In my mind, looking through the lens of May 3rd, I wanted to get Mr. Card, a veteran, to the help he needed. I thought the best course of action was going to be to work with the family and with the Army to get him to the help he needed to set him on a better course in life. I thought, based on what I was being told, that letting my ego take over, so to speak, and saying I know best and going and, engaging Mr. Card myself after being told from the people that know him best, that's not how we are going to get him to help. I thought this was a better course of action.
Okay. So on the next day, May 4th, you again spoke with Mr. Carr's ex-wife, correct?
I did, and may I back up a minute, Your Honor?
Certainly.
I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the conversation I had with the brother. One of the things that struck me right away in interviewing family members, more the brother than anyone, was I'm looking for causation. This doesn't normally come on acutely like this without, perhaps some sort of substance abuse or psychedelic drugs or something. So what's causing this? I really wanted to figure out what was causing these issues. Well, during that conversation, it came up that at or around the same time this behavior started, Mr. Card had been fitted with some form of hearing aids. I believe cochlear implants. I took the time to do some research on the topic and was quite surprised on a quick internet search to find more than just a couple or few papers and studies that had been done that linked hearing loss and hearing aid use to some form of mental illness or paranoid behavior. And thinking back on what the son was describing to me, being in the Shaw's supermarket, someone 200 feet away, shopping, not paying any attention to Mr. Card or his son, and Mr. Card believing that that person was saying derogatory things about him. So I thought this was probably more than just coincidental. I called the family back. We talked about it. They had done some of their own research online, albeit had found some similar findings. And I thought that was really important to pass on to the Army.
Okay. So on the next day, you had another conversation with the ex-wife. And is that at the point when you had the discussion about the hearing aids?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything else of note in that conversation?
With the ex-wife?
Yes.
Yes. So the brother and sister had gone to visit Mr. Card that evening, which was what the brother told me he was going to do. And I was told that the visit went well. After the fact, he had answered the door with a gun, and that the visit had gone well, and that he had exhibited some paranoid behavior early on in the visit, but that ultimately he had agreed to go to the doctor and seek help.
And did anything that she told you during that conversation cause you to reevaluate your planned actions?
No, I mean, obviously answering the door with a gun would make you take pause, but the way the conversation finished, where this thing was going in the direction everyone had hoped. They asked me to certainly update the Army on what we had perhaps stumbled upon with the information of the hearing loss or the hearing aids. I agreed to do that. We agreed to stay in touch. And again, let me back up a second. Prior to that visit, where I knew the brother was going to go over there, I also offered to go myself with them and be part of that. And again, stating that I'm pretty good at talking to people and I would be happy to go. And I was again told by the brother that that was not going to be conducive to what we all were trying to achieve. So I got off the phone asking for any updates, asking for if the situation deteriorates. I said this both to the brother and both to the ex-wife. If the situation deteriorates, or if any time you feel he's a danger to himself or a danger to others, to please call us right back and let us know. But I got off the phone feeling good about the situation and that this thing was going in the right direction.
We just want to make sure that we've got the timeline correct. You spoke with the brother once on May 3rd.
Correct.
And did you speak with him again on May 4th?
Want to be sure. I don't recall speaking of the brother, rather, again on May 4th. I was really trying to, there are a lot of family members in the family, and we had agreed that the ex-wife was going to be the point of contact. That obviously expanded to the brother, but I don't believe I talked to him again on May 4th.
And you spoke with the ex-wife at the high school and then again by telephone.
By telephone.
The following day. Did you ever again have a conversation with her?
I believe that I didn't document this in my report. So the 3rd was a Wednesday, the 4th was Thursday. I believe on the 8th, Monday, we had one more conversation, and I don't recall exactly if it was the appointment's been made or it's being made. Again, left me with every impression that this was going in the correct direction.
So have we talked about all of your contacts with the Card family?
Yes.
Did you speak with someone else from the Army Reserve on May 4th?
I had updated First Sergeant Moat with the hearing aid piece. And he told me that he had spoken with Captain Reamer, and that they were going to bring Mr. Card in the very near future and try and get him to open up about what had been going on.
Okay. You spoke with Moat both on the 3rd and the 4th?
That's correct.
Did you speak with Captain Reamer?
Never.
When did you write the report of your contacts with the Card family members and the members of the Army Reserve?
On the 3rd and the 4th.
And was that within the Sheriff's Department's system?
Yes.
So when Sergeant Skolfield received a call about Mr. Card in September, he would have had access to your report?
That's correct.
Okay. At any time after May 4th, did you receive any additional, and before September 15th, did you receive any additional information about Robert Card?
I did not.
At any time after May 3rd and before October 25th, did you discuss your interactions with the Card family with Sergeant Skolfield?
I do not recall discussing with Sergeant Skolfield. I took 3 weeks worth of vacation that I had to use. I believe that was from September 8th to the 24th. I was not at work.
And at any time after May 4th and before October 25th, did you discuss your interactions with the Card family and the Army Reserve members with any other members of the Sheriff's Department?
Prior to October 25th?
Yes.
Yes.
Who did you discuss it with?
Sergeant Skolfield and other members of the department.
Before October 25th?
Correct.
When did that occur?
When I came back from work, Sergeant Skolfield and I had some brief discussion about his interaction with the Card family.
So that was sometime after September 15th and before October 25th.
Correct.
Can you narrow that down at all?
I came back to the work on the 24th, I believe, of September. I noticed very quickly the incident in which Sergeant Skolfield had dealt with his portion of this incident. And I was surprised. I was very surprised to learn that the Army had taken Mr. Card on either that training mission or another. That really stood out to me. I kind of thought, based on our conversation, my conversation with the Army back in May, and the fact they thanked me for bringing this to their attention due to the fact they were to go on a training mission. That really stood out to me that he had in fact gone on a training mission.
And at any time after that conversation with Sergeant Schofield, did you reach out to any member of the Army Reserve or to Mr. Card's family?
No. Prior to October 25th?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. And on or after October 25th, did you relay the information that you had received from the Card family and the Army Reserve colleagues to the Maine State Police after the shooting?
I was laying in bed at around 10 p.m. the night of this tragic incident, and the information came out of who the suspect was. I realized, obviously, right away that I had remembered that I had dealt with the family, had dealt with the Army, knew that Sergeant Skolfield had dealt with the Army, had dealt with the family. I was scheduled to work the next day. I went into work at 7 a.m. I immediately printed my report, and I printed the report of Sergeant Skofield's. I went up to the sheriff's office and sat down with Chief Deputy Strout and Sheriff Joe Mary. I presented them with both reports and said, here are our reports, just so that no one could ever say the typos were fixed or anything like that. I wanted to be completely transparent. Here you go. This was our involvement, realizing obviously the magnitude of the situation.
And I just want to go back to something that you said earlier. You believe that in order to take someone into protective custody, you need to have face-to-face interaction with him. Is that what you said?
I have to have the person in front of me to take them into protective custody.
What other information would you have wanted? Let me rephrase this. There's been some speculation about what actions should have been taken based upon the information provided to the sheriff's department. If you had been told, in addition to the information that you received, that Mr. Card was actually making threats, whether specific or general, would you have taken different actions?
That's a difficult question to answer, and it's hypothetical. I think, again, in looking for the best avenue to honor Mr. Card's rights at the time, to treat him with empathy as a service member and get him the help he needs, I would need a specific set of facts in front of me. Is it a specific threat that I believe he's going to act on right then, right there? Again, me going there and forcing a confrontation with Mr. Card after being advised this is not the way we should get him to the help he needs, that could go horribly wrong. I could be sitting before a commission today having a completely different conversation. That's a difficult question you're asking me to answer, and it's a bit hypothetical. If I had had more specific threats and I thought that human life was truly in danger, I would like to think I would have approached the situation differently.
Did you flag Robert Card in the police computer system as potentially armed and dangerous on May 3rd?
I did.
Why?
We do this routinely when we know there's weapons in the house, and I do it, other deputies do it, knowing that if another deputy, let's say I go on my days off and another deputy gets the call from the family, I want them to have that information, to know what they could potentially be stepping into. Yes, it was flagged at the top of the narrative in the name file.
So when Sergeant Schofield received the calls in September to do a well-being check on Robert Card, was Robert Card still flagged in the computer system?
That information was available. I can't say that bells and whistles are gonna go off if you were to run the name file. Can't say that for certain. If you were to look up the information in his name file, this report was there.
But let me ask you a final question. I understand it's a hypothetical and it's a somewhat legal question, but in your understanding as a police officer, when you come in contact with a person who is mentally ill, who, in your estimation, cannot be taken into protective custody because he does not meet the definition that the law imposes, what are your options as a law enforcement officer?
That's an open-ended question. I could go I could go and exacerbate the situation to the point where force the issue, but again, all of our experience, all of our training is de-escalation, looking for the most peaceful path forward to get the person to the help they need. So there is no easy answer to that question. Different officers are going to have different approaches based on their training, education, and experience. In my training, education, experience, it's de-escalation. You're telling me this person's going to be agitated by the presence of a uniformed deputy? Let's do it another way. How can we get this person to the hospital? How can we get them the help they need? Treat them with the empathy at the time that they deserve while honoring their rights. He hadn't committed a crime. He was not subject to arrest. He was not subject to a search warrant for arrest. He wasn't subject to a search warrant for protective custody because there is no such thing. So our options are limited by the law, limited by policy, limited by the rules, but open-ended to the point where it's officer discretion.
Okay. At any time, did you make a connection between Robert Card's ex-wife and his son with any mental health professionals? Did you provide them with information about how to obtain assistance for themselves or for Mr. Card?
I don't recall that because they were seeking that through his physician, to my knowledge, or a medical appointment was being made and the Army was stepping in to, or had told me they were stepping in to offer what they could offer.
Those are all my questions.
Your Honor, may I take just a moment?
Certainly.
Sure.
All right. I would just like to say, I would like to offer my deepest condolences to everyone involved in this tragedy who's been affected. And I would like to thank the commission for inviting us here today and giving us the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
Anyone else on the commission have a question?
Hi, good morning, Deputy. And thank you to you and all of you for being here today. I do recognize that this whole, it's just not, it's very hard on you folks as well. So I just want to recognize that.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mike. You mentioned when you came back and you heard that Sergeant Skolfield had dealt with Mr. Card again. And you said you were surprised that he was still having this issue because you thought the Army was taking care of it to some degree and he went on a training mission.
I was, if I may,
Yeah.
I was surprised to hear he went on the training mission.
Okay. Did you, and again, I don't know if you remember, did you share anything like, okay, is there something else that we need to do differently? Because he seems now presenting again with similar concerns, 4 months after your initial contact, that whatever you had thought initially is not working the way you hope. Is there discussion between the two of you or maybe others that, hey, should we take a different tact with him and try to help him?
No discussion on a different tack, but a couple things, came to mind. We went considerable amount of time hearing nothing. And Sergeant Skolfield, who you'll hear from obviously in a minute, was extremely thorough and had basically picked up where I had left off with the sheriff's office's involvement and did what I thought was a very thorough job. But be surprised that they took him on the training mission, but also thought, well, did something improve in the meanwhile? I mean, obviously, I would like to think if he's still presented as having mental illness or not being capable on going on a training mission, they wouldn't have taken him. But it would seem obvious that something changed. He went on the training mission. So I was surprised by that, but then thought, well, maybe people start medicine regimens, get better, they stop taking it, they get worse. Maybe something like that happened here. I didn't know. But I felt very confident that Sergeant Skolfield had picked up with the situation again, now that realizing that something had come up again and took over from there. That answers your question.
Okay, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? From anyone? Okay,
I have unfortunately a few.
go ahead.
So I'll try to keep it limited.
It's not unfortunate. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, when I introduced myself, I mentioned I was the former district attorney for Sagadahoc County along with other counties. Is it fair, Deputy Carleton, that I have been familiar with your work for a couple of decades?
I would say that's fair, Your Honor.
All right, so some of my questions are going to be based on that. First of all, you described how long you've been with the Sheriff's Department, but you were with MDA as a assigned agent for 14 years?
That's correct, Your Honor.
What years?
That was from 2008 to 2022.
So you've been back on the road since 2022.
That's correct. January 1.
And during the time you were with MDEA, did you do very many patrol trips or was that very unusual for you to do?
I would not have done a single patrol shift. I worked extensively in plainclothes and undercover.
So because of that, you would not have had very many opportunities to be involved in a mental health situation. That's normally done by uniformed officers when they respond to some kind of complaint.
I would clarify that a little bit, to say I was involved in mental health situations as it related to substance abuse, but not as it related to your standard welfare check or any involvement with, the yellow flag process.
And I may be misremembering this after these decades, but did you serve in any branch of the armed services?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay. Had a memory you might have been in the Coast Guard, but I think that's probably another officer that I'm thinking of. Did you have any post-high school education?
I did.
What was that?
I have a Bachelor of Arts degree from St. Mary's College of Maryland.
When was that?
I graduated in 1993. And I also served with the Bath Fire Department for 6 years as a firefighter and paramedic.
So you said earlier that in response to Justice Gorman's questions, you did not believe that there was a likelihood of serious harm.
That's correct.
Now, that's part of the same law that, I mean, all these laws all talk about probable cause as the standard of proof that you're required to meet.
That's correct.
And because of your years in law enforcement, you're very familiar with what probable cause means.
I'd like to think I am.
And probable cause is what you need to arrest someone, to get a search warrant, to make a warrantless search. It's all the same standard of proof, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And it's a fair probability. It is not more likely than not. It is less than that. It's a lower standard, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And in this case, even though you received information from his ex-wife and his son, as well as the information that he'd answered the door to a family member with a gun behind his back, you still didn't think you had met the threshold for likelihood of serious harm?
I felt the best way to get Mr. Card to that mental health help he needed was to trust the family and their approach and the advice they gave me. Had I had Mr. Card in front of me in that very instance, I may have changed my mind. But again, in my mind, to de-escalate the situation and get Mr. Card to the help he needed, I thought the best avenue of approach was to work through the family, the people that know him best, and through the service the Army who agreed to step in and counsel their colleague.
And while you were not a service member yourself, did you have the impression that Sergeant Mote, as the first sergeant, would be the senior non-commissioned officer of the unit?
That was my impression, yes, Your Honor.
And that person would therefore likely have very strong authority to do certain things and make sure that they were followed.
I'm
Not an
aware.
officer, but
I'm aware that in the armed services, the thresholds to take action are considerably lower than in the civilian world.
But after speaking twice to Sergeant Mote, you were confident that they would take some action.
100% confident.
And when you got back from vacation in September, and did you review Sergeant Skofield's narrative when you got back from
I did.
vacation? And found out all the things that had happened since May.
That's correct.
And would you accept that all that you learned about through his report was extremely disturbing by Robert Carr? Been hospitalized for a couple of weeks in a mental hospital?
I don't know that I'd use the words extremely disturbing. I was surprised. I was very surprised to hear he had gone on the training mission to West Point in July. I thought, well, something must have changed, something must have improved. Otherwise, why would they have taken him along on the training mission? That's what stood out to me.
And as far as having to have face-to-face contact with a person for protective custody, is it possible that you have a situation, again, this is hypothetical, but you receive reports from EMTs, paramedics, that somebody is desperately psychiatrically ill and has made threats, but when you encounter them, they basically won't talk to you. So therefore, you're not able to get any information yourself other than looking at them. Wouldn't you rely upon the information from trained professionals that
I would.
person? And you might not even have face-to-face contact with a person. It might be an ambulance where you can't see them. But would you still require face-to-face contact before you take them into protective custody?
Ultimately, I have to have them in front of me to take them into protective custody. But of course, I would rely on a trustworthy source of information to develop probable cause and the totality of the circumstances that somebody might be mentally ill and pose a significant risk of harm to themselves or harm to others.
Thank you very much.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief Justice Watson.
Hi, I'm Debbie Bader. Again, thank you very much for being here. I just have one quick question. And again, it's in the hypothetical realm, but we've talked a lot about, with respect to protective custody, the individual needing to be in front of you, just logically, in order to take their person into custody, they have to be in front of you. What's the training or understanding of options when the person doesn't willingly present themselves? That takes into account safety and of the person, of the officers, but what are the options that are available in order to have the person in front of you?
Well, when it comes to protective custody, no crime has been committed. And if somebody simply doesn't want to come to the door, you're out of options.
Just one quick, oh, sorry.
May follow up. There was a very recent incident in a neighboring county where with a, I'll call it a similar fact pattern lead up to this, where the person had made suicidal statements, had access to firearms. This is post October 25th. The agency went to the residence, conducted 72 hours of around-the-clock surveillance, trying to get the individual to come to the door, applied for a search warrant, was denied the search warrant because the person hadn't committed a crime, because the person wasn't being investigated for the commission of a crime. And after 3 days of a tremendous amount of expenditure and round-the-clock manpower, the agency left. And this was left alone. So I offer that example as to a very limiting factor when it comes to protective custody. And I'll extend that when it comes to yellow flag. It's not an easy process, but you have to have the person. You can have probable cause, but you have to have the person. There is no tool in our toolkit to kick in someone's door and grab them and take them into protective custody. We don't have that. Doesn't exist.
Just one very quick follow-up. The list of people that have been taken into protective custody and for whom yellow flags have, orders have been issued, are you able as a law enforcement officer to review those cases and sort of what the circumstances were and how protective custody was enacted?
Not unless somebody were to share I don't know if you're asking, is there a database where we can go in and look at examples of, I'm not aware of that. It would have to be through conversation with fellow law enforcement officers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other?
Deputy Carleton, what option would you like to have had available to you on May 3rd and 4th, it wasn't.
Let me be clear. Looking through this incident from the lens of May 3rd, okay? What we knew at the time on May 3rd, what I knew at the time on May 3rd, I believed and still believe I took the best course of action to get Mr. Card the help he needed. I thought the family, the Army came up with a good plan, and then that plan was getting Mr. Card back on the course he needed to be on. Looking through the post October 25th lens, we're going to open up a lot of discussion here. And what tools would we, as law enforcement officers, like to have available to us now looking back at this? Well, let's break that down. We talked extensively a moment ago about protective custody. We talked about the example, 3 days of surveillance. Person decides they don't want to show themselves. Search warrant denied. Okay, so there isn't a tool in the toolbox there's not a tool in the toolbox to create that face-to-face legally or without creating a tragic exigency, which we all can agree law enforcement officers shouldn't be creating their own exigent circumstances. When it comes to yellow flag, okay? You had asked, Your Honor, you had asked how many I've been involved in. I've personally done 3. First one took me 10 hours. The second one took me 10 hours. And the third one took me 8 hours. I understand it's a start. And I understand it's a tool that may have been a bit of a compromise in the beginning. But it's cumbersome. It requires not only the first prong of protective custody, it requires the second prong of medical review and sign off, the third prong of judicial review. Well, in my world, that's a full shift. You've taken me off the road for 10 hours to accomplish something that in all reality should be the stroke of a pen if we have probable cause to believe somebody's mentally ill. Okay, so that would be a tool to clean up. Now, again, it's a piece of paper. It's somebody promising not to possess a dangerous weapon or a firearm. It's a entry into NCIC that if a person goes to a gun shop and tries to purchase a firearm, that they are denied that purchase. Well, we have private sale purchases. This morning in Uncle Henry's, there are 8 AR-15s for sale in the classified section. No background check, no permit, cash transaction. You could have that weapon. So the firearm piece is endless. I don't see how we ever rein that in to a point where you can ever say that's going to be a guarantee. Let's talk about bail conditions for a minute. I arrest a violent offender, someone who's actually hurt people. I bring them to jail. I get them on bail conditions, not to use or possess dangerous weapons, a piece of paper. Nothing prohibits them from going to the gun store the next day and purchasing a firearm. That would be something else I think, probably needs to be looked at. So it's a broad question about tools. This is a difficult job and we are absolutely doing the best we can. But if you start this conversation with somebody much smarter than I am, said, if you start this conversation about Mr. Card with the word liberty, he had liberty. He had liberties at that time. And we have rules and laws we have to follow. And, through the lens of May 3rd, I truly believe I took the best course of action to get him on the right path he needed to be on.
Anything further?
Yeah, can I ask a quick question? Debbie, quick question, ask 2 quick follow-up question. You folks are now in this partnership with Sweetser since October, roughly, I think.
October 1, I
October 1.
believe,
So
yes.
if that partnership was available for you back in May, would you have utilize that partnership in some sort of way to support the work you're doing, using the same train of thought you had at the time, because I think you were thinking about the military piece, blah, blah, blah.
I'm confident I would have, here's why. I've used that resource multiple times since.
Okay.
And I think the liaison, speaking of tools, I think the liaison program started with us with the substance abuse
Yeah.
options clinician. I see it as a tremendous success. And I think the mental health liaison is going to be a tremendous success as well. I absolutely would have called that individual. I've worked with them since. Would that have,
Even though you haven't seen Mr. Carter, the same scenario, you would call this partner and say, hey, I got this individual that was given a blah, 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 so, concerns. What can we do?
and here's why. The mere fact that the uniform presence
Yeah.
was going to be an exacerbating piece of the puzzle.
Okay.
What I'm being told. Well, the options clinician is not the uniform, they're the liaison, right? They're the link between hospital mental health care and law enforcement.
Okay.
It's a beautiful tool.
Right, when this partnership wasn't there, have you ever called crisis and felt it wasn't helpful for you in a somewhat situation where because again, they're civilians, they're not law enforcement. Have you ever encountered a situation where they wouldn't have helped you in any kind of way or support the work you do?
I would answer that slightly differently. Again, using the emergency room
Yep.
as a bit of a clearinghouse, working with Maine Behavioral Health. I have been very surprised on patients taken into protective custody and brought into the emergency room for the evaluation. I have been frequently surprised that they're released as soon as they are. That has surprised me. Is that disappointing? Yes, based on some of the things I witnessed in the field, and I thought this person's likely going to be admitted, and then they weren't. What changed? I can't answer that. I don't know.
Okay.
That's, I guess, have I ever been disappointed by calling a service? No, I think the services we've worked with in the past have been over the phone helpful and have gone on, adult protective services, for example. They've gone on to do things behind the scenes or pick up where we left off, and I think they've been great to work with.
So were most of your encounter with crisis services prior to that were mostly in the emergency room?
Yes,
Okay, not in the community per se, house call
or on the phone.
on the phone.
Okay,
but
so
not
the
house call.
liaison program is the first that I've experienced where that person may actually be in the car with you.
Okay.
Again, more with the substance
Yeah, yeah.
abuse, because that's been going on for longer.
Mhm.
But I have met up with our mental health liaison in the field. We've done interviews. I've done introductions and then excused myself to let them take over. And I have found that that's working well.
The last question I have, in the 4 encounters you've had with the yellow flag law since that time. What's the process in terms of removing firearms? Once you get to the person's residence, you take whatever's there, but how do you know this person has firearms where they're supposed to be at, and how do you know they didn't hide it anywhere? You don't, right?
Excellent question. There was a recent incident, I believe, in Portland about a month ago where the yellow flag law was enacted. I believe firearms were seized, and unfortunately, access to a firearm was made some other way. I don't know how, but there are no guarantees. You can, so to answer your question, the process would be obviously, would you please just let me collect your weapons?
Mhm.
That usually works pretty well. My recent yellow flag instance, I was starting a search warrant affidavit. The person changed their mind and gave me consent.
Okay.
They allowed us to go into the residence, they allowed us to search the residence, and they allowed us to collect what's there. Does that mean one couldn't be buried in the backyard?
So if they say no, then you have to get a warrant to search under the yellow flag.
Well-
Okay.
Once they are officially a prohibited person, so now they are in theoretically on the cusp of committing a crime. You've served them with the notice. Sir, ma'am, you are now a prohibited person. Now I can go back to the judge and argue for a search warrant because now in theory, they've gone down the road of committing a crime.
Thank you.
I have just one hopefully quick question. What is your understanding about my understanding of the Army Reserve is that the command structure applies when they're at a drill training like in New York, but not generally, that otherwise you're a citizen free to do what you want to do. Is that your understanding or?
I couldn't answer that, Your Honor. I don't know. I mean, I look down the table here at my deputy chief and my sheriff, and when I go home tonight, they're still my deputy chief and sheriff. They're still my command. I don't view this as, on duty or off. I couldn't speak to the service. I've never served, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
Just one follow-up.
Yeah.
Much earlier, you said you were the deputy assigned to the zone of Sagadahoc County back on May 3rd.
That's correct.
Were you the only patrol deputy to that zone? If you know.
I can't answer with certainty. It's likely I was. We work as, if I may, Your Honor, we work with, sometimes as low as 2, which would mean 1 deputy in each zone, north or south, the way we split, we usually swap halfway through the shift. It could have been more.
And the northern zone is Bowdoin and Bowdenham,
And Richmond, correct,
even though Richmond has its own municipal department.
but not full-time coverage. So they are not 7 days, 24 hours a day. So it depends. You always have to check to see if there's if Richmond's working or not, because your job may include Richmond.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will continue with Sergeant Skolfield unless there any need. We don't really need a break at this point, do we? I don't, it's always takes longer than you're gonna count on. So Sergeant Skolfield, Toby Dilworth, the commission member, will be conducting the discussion with you, and we'll turn to him.
Morning, Sergeant Skolfield. How are you?
I'm okay.
I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and if at any point in time you don't understand my question, if I don't make myself clear, just let me know and I'll reframe it, okay?
Very good.
I want to make sure you understand that the questions we ask you today are not intended to be accusatory. The job we have from the governor and the attorney general is to find the facts, and that's what the purpose of our questions is. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
The other thing is we're going to focus our questions on what you knew at the time of the events in 2023, not in retrospect, okay?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you first about your background. When did you first join law enforcement?
In 1993, I started out as a volunteer, then part-time officer with the Norway Police Department. 1995, I was hired by the Thompson Police Department. I worked the Thompson from 95 to 98. Jumped over to the Sagadahoc County Sheriff's Office and have been there ever since. So, but over 30 years of law enforcement experience, the majority of which is with Sagadahoc County.
And again, what year did you start in Sagadahoc?
1998.
Okay. And when did you become a sergeant?
Over 3 years ago.
And
It's ended December 2020.
Yes, yes,
so what was the,
December of 2020.
okay. As sergeant, what were your responsibilities?
My duties include evaluations, report review for either approval or sending back to the deputies that work on the shift with me. The duties include supervision, being someone they can come to with questions, getting them answers, ensuring that policies are being met for those that are working under me. The duties are numerous, including handling calls from time to time.
How many deputies did you supervise?
Currently on day shift, there's myself, one corporal who I work with 1 day a week, and 4 deputies underneath him during the shift. Those are the ones I'm primarily supervising.
And who do you report to?
I report to Lieutenant Brian Quinn. He's my next immediate supervisor.
And in September 2023, how many law enforcement officers were employed at Sagadahoc Sheriff's Office? Do you know?
I would have to get that answered from the sheriff. I'm gonna say sworn law enforcement from the sheriff on down to the, the part-timers and transport deputies. 28-ish. Is that, again, I'd have to default to the
Okay.
sheriff without
Well,
sitting down and
that's good.
counting them off the rest. It's roughly 28.
And on an average shift, how many law enforcement officers were on duty in 2023?
What day? It varies anywhere from, if it's the overnight shift, we run as low as one deputy on during certain hours. From after 3 a.m. till 6 or 7 a.m. Some days we run with just 2 deputies on, some days we're as heavy as 4, depending on, the lower numbers, depending on whether people are on vacation, sick leave, they're off at training, there are a number of factors, but we might be having just 2 people. Usually day shift and evening shift generally has no less than 2 people.
Let me ask you about your training. You attended the Criminal Justice Academy.
Yes, sir.
When was that?
1995.
And did you receive training at the academy about dealing with people in mental health crises?
I believe that was touched upon at the academy. I'd have to go back and look at my roster specifically to find out the number of hours and what the exact course title was. But
Okay, since you graduated from the academy, you received other training regarding dealing with people in mental health crises.
yes, I have. I've been through the just like Deputy Carleton, the 40-hour CIT training, crisis intervention training.
And is that updated annually?
Annually or semi-annually? We do online training with it as well.
And can you describe just briefly what is encompassed in that training?
Different approaches and looking for signs of people in distress, how to treat different individuals in mental health crisis. Yeah, speaking softly. Different factors such as individuals that might have autism, you approach them differently than someone who is not autistic, but in a different type of mental health crisis. It's guidance on how to deal with individuals in their various circumstances. And sometimes a less authoritarian approach is often that's how you deal with people that are in mental health crisis.
And did you take an advanced refresher in March of 2017?
I don't recall. I'd have to go back and look at my roster. We have so much training and it's ongoing all the time. I can't, I wouldn't swear to it that it was done in March of 2017.
Do you recall taking any advanced refresher on this topic?
I don't recall an advanced, I may have, I don't recall the
Okay.
specifics.
In October of 2022, did you take a course on responding to mental health calls? 3-hour course?
I believe so. That would have been on, I have to look at my transcripts. It's highly likely.
Do you recall anything that you may have learned at that course?
Yeah, I need a quick synopsis of that course to jog my memory.
Did you receive training on weapons restrictions orders and protective custody in April of 2023?
Yes, I did. That I do remember.
And tell us about that course. What did it entail?
It walked through the process of how to yellow flag someone in crisis that is a danger to themselves or others.
What did you learn about the yellow flag process?
The nuts and bolts of it are that you have to take someone into protective custody. Then and only then can you begin the yellow flag process. That's the gist of it, and the paperwork that goes through that, working with Spurwink as the primary entity that facilitates that.
Do you recall receiving any other training about mental health?
I'm sure I have. I can't recall it off the top of my head without, again, looking at a roster, a transcript. I received several classes over the years. Specifics, I can't get into that here today.
Sure.
My apologies.
If you were asked in September twenty twenty-three, whether you thought your mental health training was adequate, what would you answer?
I would have answered, yes, it is. And I still believe that today.
And in terms of your firearms training, how often do you receive firearms training?
As Deputy Carleton mentioned earlier, we qualify annually as mandated by the academy. We do firearms training once a month. It is mandatory that you must attend at least 2 of those trainings once a month, but you can do all 12 if you want. As Deputy Carleton mentioned, we also do scenario-based training every other year or so, throwing scenarios into the mix. So I teach at the academy, firearms unit at the academy. We do a fair amount.
Let me ask you about your experience with mental health calls. In the 2 years preceding September 2023, can you estimate the number of calls you responded to during an average shift?
For the year,
On an average basis?
on an average basis, I don't dare to guess. I've responded to many. I looked in the computer this morning just out of curiosity so that I could tell the council of how many welfare checks we do in a year. And I was actually surprised at the number. I knew we did a lot, but I was surprised to see that it was over 300 welfare checks for last year. And I wouldn't have guessed a number that high.
Is that you personally or the sheriff's office?
That's the sheriff's office for the towns that we are responsible for.
Well, in terms of your experience, what percentage of the calls you get involve individuals experiencing mental health crises?
Percentage wise, I can't give you a percentage without crunching those numbers. There's a fair amount. It is a fair amount of our call volume compared to, burglaries. We deal with more mental health crises people than we do people that are burglarizing. In my opinion, but I would be reluctant to give you a percentage. I'm not trying to be evasive. I want to be as honest as I can.
But a lot,
A lot,
more than half?
not more than half.
And what are the typical circumstances for people in mental health crises?
One more time, the door slammed.
What are the typical circumstances you face when somebody's facing a mental health crisis?
The most common ones are people in distress. They're having suicidal tendencies. People that are depressed and they want to end their own life. They're thinking about harming themselves. That's probably the more typical common mental health crisis that we respond to.
And do they often have weapons or have access to weapons?
Well, everybody has access to weapons. Firearms themselves, if that's the question.
That's the next question.
Firearms themselves. I would say often, half the time. I mean, you look at the numbers for residences that have guns. At least roughly half of the state of Maine has a firearm in their house.
So between you and the deputies you're supervising, is it routine for them to face people suffering from mental health crises with access to, when I say access to, I mean immediate access to firearms?
I would say it's fairly routine. And if it's not a firearm, it's some other weapon, edged weapons.
Does it happen on a daily basis in Sagadahoc County?
It does not happen on a daily basis.
Weekly basis?
Someone in crisis on a weekly basis, again. I can't say that it happens a lot. I don't know if it's as high as weekly, but regularly.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not prepared. I could have got you numbers and stats.
Well, we may ask for those.
Okay.
So, you were trained on the yellow flag law. Before September 15th of 2023, had you ever taken an individual into protective custody to seek a firearms restriction order?
I have not.
Have you
not
ever,
prior to them.
have you ever had a subordinate, one of the deputies do that? Under your command?
At that point in time, no.
Have you since?
Yes,
How many times?
I have not. People under my command have.
Right,
I attempted to once and it was made impossible.
why?
I was asked by a doctor and his nurse to go to a particular individual's residence in Arousek and bring him into protective custody. He was in fact a danger to his sister that was living with him. This was an elderly male. His sister also elderly. The hospital doctor, I'm sorry, not hospital, the doctor associated with this particular medical group said he was a danger to his sister and he needed to be brought in for an evaluation. I was not going to argue with a medical practitioner. It's only happened a couple times during my career, but I have gone and taken people into protective custody on their say-so. With this particular gentleman, I did my best to try and sweet talk him. This was an older man, elderly male. And I did my best to try and talk him into the hospital to just get checked out with me. He ended up refusing. He started to walk away. So I had to grab this gentleman by his arm. Say, unfortunately, I'm sorry. I'm taking you into protective custody. He made me handcuff him. So I handcuffed this poor old gentleman up front and we shuffled out to my cruiser. He didn't fight. He didn't resist. I delivered him to the hospital. Once at the hospital, I tried to begin the yellow flag process. I thought this was going to go very smoothly. It was not. I ended up going to the doctor's office that's attached to this particular hospital and asked them to begin the yellow flag process. The practice manager for this particular unit said, hang on, I need to call the main office down in Portland. They were then directed by the office down in Portland to not do anything with the yellow flag process. It would be a HIPAA violation.
That's what they told you?
Yep.
And was this before September 15th of 2023 or after?
It was after October. This happened.
After October 2023.
Right.
So what happened?
At this point, I can't yellow flag him. He's already been taken into protective custody and turned over to medical staff and begun the process. Fortunately, I did do some research. This gentleman has no interest in possessing firearms. I confirmed to this family, he does not like firearms, does not want them. I determined that the best course of action was let the hospital do their thing. I felt fairly confident that he was not going to go out and buy a gun when he was released from the hospital eventually. Put me in a very difficult spot.
When you say puts you in a difficult spot, what do you mean?
Taking a chance. Every person that we take into protective custody at this point, you need to yellow flag all of them, unless they're already a prohibited person. They're a convicted felon, or they have a prohibition because of a domestic violence condition. It's a matter of time. We will take someone into protective custody, whether they like firearms or not. They still have the ability to go out and buy one unless they're a prohibited person or they've been yellow flagged. It happens every so often. You'll bring someone into protective custody and the hospital does what they need to do with their limitations as well. Eventually that person gets released. On occasion, after a person has been released, they still follow through with their suicide. Now the question is, if it was with a gun, how come you didn't yellow flag? So I'm of the stance, because of the inevitable number that's going to happen eventually, someone will commit suicide. We don't do everything we can to prevent them from having access. Can we stop them ultimately? Not necessarily.
We may come back to that. You mentioned the yellow flag. There's also the blue paper, right?
Yes,
The blue paper process.
yes.
Can you describe that?
The blue paper process is the steps taken to have someone involuntarily committed for psychiatric treatment. We have an agreement with Midcoast Hospital that when we deliver someone to their hospital, they essentially carry the ball from there. They will do the psychiatric evaluation to see if that person meets the criteria to be held. They will get their clinicians to sign the paperwork and sign off and have it presented to a court to continue to hold that person against their will for continued psychiatric treatment. I've never personally done it. I know that the sheriff had mentioned it years ago. We have it fairly easy in that respect by taking them to medical staff, and they basically carry it all the way through at that point based on their judgment on that individual brought before them.
So you've never applied for a blue paper?
I've never had to, no, because I've, again, taken them to the hospital, and the hospital has gone through the process. The hospital has blue papered people that I have brought in, but it's not entirely common for that to happen. Oftentimes, they are treated. There are medication tweaks sometimes. Sometimes it's a counseling session. It might be an outpatient treatment thing. So blue paper doesn't happen. In my experience, it's on the far lesser side than those that are treated outpatient or released shortly after we brought them in.
Okay. And the blue paper process does not result in an order restricting the patient's capacity to possess a firearm, does it?
That is correct. That's a separate prong altogether.
But it can be initiated by people other than law enforcement officers.
The yellow flag process,
No, the blue
the
paper.
blue paper process can be continued through by medical personnel.
So a family member can initiate it,
Not that I'm aware of.
a blue paper?
Correct.
You know whether a social worker can initiate the blue paper process?
No, I think it's going to be done through medical staff that are trained in the psychological world.
May be confusing as to initiate it. Obviously, one of those people could complain to a medical personnel and they could sign a blue paper. But
Potentially, but
they can't, you're saying they can't sign it and.
yeah, they don't get blue paper
Yeah.
because a family member says they're in a mental health crisis. So please keep them in a psychiatric. Family members don't have that power. They can make a complaint to us. And we do our assessment and based on what they're telling us.
Or they can make a complaint to a medical person that they had to.
I guess the question is your understanding in September of 2023. Did you understand that the blue paper, that a family member or a social worker or somebody other than a law enforcement officer could start the application process for a blue paper?
I don't know that they can or can't.
Okay.
I don't know what a social worker's powers are in terms of getting that ball rolling. I imagine they have. I think you still have to take someone into protective custody or they have to be at the hospital where they're no longer free to leave. Most people are brought in voluntarily. And there becomes a point, I mean, that as Deputy Carleton mentioned, we try to coax these people rather than, hey, you're coming with me, you have no choice. We go through the steps to get them to come with us willingly. We deliver them to the hospital and the hospital likes them there willingly as well until the point where the person says, no, I've changed my mind, I'm leaving. Then it becomes non-voluntary. They're then kept there, whether they want to be or not. And that's the beginning of the process, from my understanding.
And have you dealt with it starting at that process? With the blue, when I say dealt with it, have you dealt with the blue paper process once they're in the hospital?
No, again,
You've had no experience with that.
No, I haven't had to, again, because Midcoast Hospital has been outstanding in doing that very thing for us. We deliver them. And then if there's someone that needs to be held against their will, they've run with the ball all the way through. And I don't want to speak for everyone here, but that's what happens. That's the way it's done. We bring them to the mental health professionals that can properly diagnose someone. I mean, I'm just a simple street cop. We leave it up to the medical professionals to decide at what stage of psychiatric treatment they need. Does it need to be involuntary? And then they are able to with their folks and get the paperwork to the judge.
Okay. Let me ask you about terrorizing. Have you ever charged a person with terrorizing?
Yes, I have.
And have you ever gotten an arrest warrant for a terrorizing charge?
Probably, in 30 years, I'm gonna say there's probably a pretty good likelihood of that, terrorizing or criminal threatening, very similar statutes. If you ask me to give a specific date in case, under the pressure of the panel, I couldn't come up with it right
I
now.
understood, but it has happened.
It has.
And have you ever had a conviction or by plea or verdict on a terrorizing case that you've investigated?
I'm sure I have. I'm sure. Again, I couldn't come up with a specific example off the top of my head.
But you're familiar with the statute.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you about the Sagadahoc Sheriff's Office policies. Did the Sagadahoc Sheriff's Office have a policy on how to respond to persons with mental illness?
Yes, we do.
Were you familiar with it?
Yes, I have a rough working knowledge.
Let me give you a set of exhibits just to work from. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It is a standard operating procedure in response to mental illness and involuntary commitment.
And was it in effect in September of 2023?
Yes, it had been since February of 2022.
And in section 2, the policy is stated as to assist individuals who appear to be mentally ill or who are experiencing a mental health crisis. This assistance will include, as appropriate, placing individuals in protective custody and participating in the involuntarily commitment or blue paper process, correct?
Correct.
And you understood that was the policy in September of 2023?
Yes.
Okay, and then in section 3, it has some definitions. You see those?
Yes, sir.
One of them is the crisis intervention deputy. And it's defined as a deputy specifically trained in identifying, handling, and disposition of individuals exhibiting signs of a mental health crisis.
Yes.
Were you a CIO in September of 2023?
CIT trained. Yes.
But, so did you qualify as a crisis intervention deputy?
Yes.
And were the other deputies so trained?
Other deputies within the sheriff's office, yes.
Yeah. And then there is, as you pointed out, the crisis intervention team. And it's defined as a group of individuals, including deputies specifically trained in identifying, handling, and disposition of individuals exhibiting signs of mental health crisis, correct?
That's the definition, yes.
In September of 2023, was there a CIT at Sagadahoc County Sheriff's Office?
Not that I'm aware of. It's the individual deputies that have been trained in CIT training. I mean, that's everyone. There's no specific core group of individuals that we call out from home or call on duty on home to take care of an issue.
Let's turn to the next page. At the top, it refers to the second definition is involuntarily commitment blue paper process. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And that outlines the three-step process to get a blue paper, correct?
Yes.
And just to refresh your recollection, the first element is that any person, including a friend, relative, social worker, or deputy, can apply for admission of an individual to a hospital. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Does that refresh your recollection now?
It does.
Okay. So it outlines the process for blue paper and then it defines lower on the page, the mental health, what a mental health crisis is, correct?
Mental health crisis, yes.
Which is behavior such as loss of contact with reality, homicidal statements that creates a threat of imminent and substantial physical harm to the person experiencing the behavior or to others, and that appears to be of sufficient severity to require professional evaluation, correct?
Yes,
And you were familiar with that?
yes,
And it defines probable cause, right?
it does.
And protective custody
Yes,
in the bottom.
yes, sir.
And that is defined as custody affected by a law enforcement deputy when that deputy has probable cause to believe that a person may be mentally ill, and due to that condition, the person presents a likelihood of serious harm to self or others, correct?
Yes,
And then in section 4A, deputies from this agent shall be familiar with the law of protective custody. The deputy will assess the situation and determine if the person appears to be experiencing a mental health crisis, right?
yes.
And how often would you refer to this policy in your regular work month? I mean, was this something that you would refer to regularly or something that was put aside?
We read it as the policy comes out, and as a review, we're required to read off on it. If I had a specific question on how to handle a particular review, I can go into the policy on our online computer system. I don't read it every month. Again, I have a basic working knowledge of what to do in certain situations, and they align with what our required duties are for the policy.
So let me ask you about Robert Card. When did he first come to your attention?
He first came to my attention on September 15th.
And how did that come about?
I received a call from the National Guard. Was working that day. I was on the phone, brought to my attention at 2:29 in the afternoon. I was asked to call in.
Let me stop you there. I just want a little, I want to get to that, but let me ask you before we get into that. Had you known any members of the Card family before September 15th, 2023?
In passing, as Deputy Carleton said earlier, it's a very, very large family in the Bowdoin area. I've met Cards throughout the years. They are been part of the road commission crew. They sell rock and gravel. They have farms. So in passing, nothing more than that. I haven't had a negative interaction with any of the folks, good or bad.
So tell us about this phone call you received around 2:30 on the afternoon of September 15th. Who did you talk to?
I spoke with Detective Bagley, who's with the Ellsworth Police Department. He initially tried to reach out to Deputy Carleton, but he was unavailable. I was informed that this issue was a little bit time sensitive. So that's why I called him back at 2:37. Check that at 2:38 is when I called him after speaking with dispatch. He gave me a synopsis of what's going on with Robert Card that he's making, as outlined in my report, that he's hearing things. He's
Okay, before I get to that, I'm going to go in little baby steps, if you don't mind.
certainly.
Did he tell you that he was in the Army Reserve with Robert Card?
I don't recall that he said that or not. I know other people with the Ellsworth Police Department may have been. I don't believe he necessarily was, but I'm not, I couldn't testify. I think he was or was not.
And sometimes in the reports it's referred to the National Guard. Do you understand it was the Army Reserve?
Yes, that was a civilian error on my part.
Okay, so tell us what you recall about what Detective Bagley told you.
Detective Bagley gave me the rundown on his mental health issues that were slowly unfolding. That he had an instance back in over the summer at National Guard training where he was committed for 2 weeks. He had since been released, brought home. He was out with one of his buddies. I thought at the time I was getting this phone call, I thought the incident that Detective Bagley talked about was 12 hours old when he's coming back from the casino. This fellow by the name of Hodgson, telling Mr. Card that he needed to stop talking the way he does. He's gonna get himself in trouble. At that point, Mr. Card punched Hodgson somewhere on the road between the casino, I'm assuming the Oxford Casino, on the way back from Bogan. That is simply an assumption. I don't know the casino exactly. Card had said something about shooting up the reserve unit and some other places. He passed this information along to me, along with an email that was authored by Sergeant Moat of the reserves. I missed it, that was actually 36 hours old. In my mind's eye, it was 12 hours old when they reached out to me. I thought this incident had occurred earlier in the early morning hours. It wasn't until after the tragedy in Lewiston that I learned it was actually much older than that.
Okay, so you thought that, well, let's go through this. Detective Bagley said that the reserve personnel had longstanding concerns about Robert Cart's mental health, correct?
Yes,
And that those concerns have become sharper during the early morning hours, and you thought it was the early morning hours of September 15th, but you think now is September 14th?
correct.
Okay, but either way, it was within the last day and a half.
Yes, sir.
And that, did Detective Bagley say to you that he was gonna send a memo from Kelvin Moat?
And he did, yes.
And Kelvin Moat is another Ellsworth detective?
That is I'm not sure whether he was a detective. He might be a corporal with Ellsworth.
Okay.
So
But he's a
what is
law
particular?
enforcement officer with Ellsworth PD.
Yes,
And he told you that Robert Card was having psychotic episodes
something to that effect, yes.
and hearing voices saying he was a pedophile,
Yes,
and that he threatened to shoot up the Army Reserve in Saco,
yes,
and that he had been committed in New York.
yes, over the summer for a couple of weeks.
And did you know whether that commitment was voluntary or involuntary?
Still don't know to this day.
Okay. But he told you the commitment was for a couple of weeks and then he was released.
Yes,
And did Detective Bagley ask you to do a welfare check?
he did.
And what does it mean to do a welfare check?
Go and check on an individual, see how they're doing, see if they need some help, do an assessment of them to see where they're at. Are they in mental health crisis? Are they okay? They had concerns based on the information they received from this Hodgson.
So to do a welfare check, you talk to the subject of the check?
Yes, that we would try to. I mean, welfare checks, everything from checking on someone's might be in mental health crisis to it might be, oftentimes it might be a kid who hasn't been in a school in a week or two. And the school can't reach the parents, so we will swing by the house and see if the kid's all right.
What do you do on a welfare check for somebody in a mental health crisis?
If they're in a mental health crisis and they're a danger to themselves or others, generally take them into protective custody or have someone taken to the hospital.
To determine if somebody experiencing a mental health crisis is well, you have to talk to that person.
Not necessarily. Again, I can rely on clinicians, as we've stated earlier, family members. But you gotta be able to put eyes on them. You can use other sources to see where they're at. If they refuse to talk to me, I still may make a determination to make them come with me to the hospital.
So at that point, did you look up Robert Card in the database?
I don't recall if I did or not. I know it was communicated to me either through the database or through dispatch. I don't recall which, that caution should be used because of his firearms.
Did you look at the names table? What is the names table?
If you were to call in a complaint to us, for anything, they would ask your name, date of birth, address, and they would attach your name to a screen. And that name screen would attach you for every complaint that you've called in or involvements that we've had with you. It's a direct record to see what an individual has done or what contacts we've had. It could be something as simple as a traffic warning, or we did an accident report for him. It could be arrests. It's basically all contacts with that individual.
And is it the standard procedure at Sagadahoc SO to look at the names table before you do a welfare check?
I don't recall.
Well, do you do it now?
I do so more now.
In September of 2023, were you did you make it a practice to do that?
I didn't necessarily. I go and look at the individual situation for the person. Someone who we've had problems with in the past, someone may want us to do a welfare check on them today. The past is relevant, but it's not. I have to look at the here and now, not what they were, a year ago.
You recall telling the dispatcher that Mr. Card was flagged in-house as being known to be armed and dangerous?
It was either communicated to me or dispatch told to me. I was made aware of it.
How did you become aware of it? I mean, how would you be notified the dispatcher of that?
Again, either the dispatcher told me or I told them by seeing it in the computer. I don't recall from back on that particular day how it came to my attention. It did come to my attention, but I don't remember specifically how. We will often rely on dispatchers to check a name file for us. I'm not gonna be poking information into the computer while I'm going to a call. I may ask them to do it for me.
Okay.
I don't recall, but it came to my attention and it came to dispatch's attention. The exact mechanism for that attention, I'm not sure.
Let's look at exhibit 3. Is that the names table or the messages?
No,
What is that?
this is this appears to be an email or a Spillman email generated document written from Deputy Carleton.
Did you see this on September 15th, 2023?
Don't believe I saw it on September 15th.
Did you see it in May of 2023 when it was issued?
I don't recall. We get so many of these messages that in May, the particular week that Deputy Carleton had his interaction, I was off at training in Bangor.
So what did you do to familiarize yourself with Robert Card before you went to his house?
I don't know that I did a whole lot. I went to his house. I tried knocking on the door. Went to the wrong house at first. It was the Deputy Carleton explains it here. I ended up going to the wrong house. I went to the one listed at his in-house address. It is 1007. He doesn't live there. He lives in the trailer, lived in the trailer directly to the north. I don't recall that I searched his name file before I went, or this particular incident that Deputy Carleton was involved with.
you have any recollection of the conversation with the dispatcher on your, while you're on your way over to Robert Card's house?
I remember telling dispatch that it was not as urgent as it was originally sounded when it was given to us. When dispatch received the information, it was reported that it was time sensitive. But then once I found out that information was, in my mind's eye, over 12 hours old, it didn't meet the same urgency standard as someone in crisis right here and now that needs to be dealt with, who's half a day had gone by in my mind's eye at that point. So I did communicate that to dispatch.
So 12 hours made a difference in terms of his mental health
It could,
condition?
it could. I don't know whether it did or not. It could.
But you assumed it did?
I assumed that the 12 hours that had gone by didn't meet the same urgency standard as someone, help, please get here now. Versus, hey, I want to tell you about this thing that happened half a day ago or yesterday or the day before.
Now, do you recall the dispatcher offering to assign you a backup officer?
I do.
And you declined that?
I did that day. Yep.
Why?
There were only 2 of us on duty for the county. That would have left no one in the southern end of the county. At a time of day when traffic starts to get busy, BIW was letting out at that point. That would have left no one to cover the towns of Arousic, Georgetown, West Bath, Woolwich, and potentially Pittsburgh. If the police department.
Did you review Deputy Carleton's report about his dealings with Robert Card and the Card family in May
I did.
before you arrived at the house?
I did not. I was not aware of Deputy Carleton's response and what he had done. I was away at training that week. And when I came back, I don't remember if I was off the week after. There's a lot of emails, a lot of messages, and you go through them quickly. I can have hundreds of emails and messages when I come back, and I skim through them as quickly as I can and filter out solicitations from vendors and whatnot. I was not aware of Deputy Carleton.
Was his report available on the computer system on September 15th, 2023?
It was.
And you, even from the cruiser, you could get access to it?
Correct.
Was there a reason why you didn't look at it?
There's no particular reason why I did not. I didn't look at it.
Okay. So at about what time did you arrive at Robert Card's house on September 15th?
If you let me refer back to the notes.
Sure.
Somewhere between 2:38 and 2:46.
What did you find?
I found that his vehicle was not there. It didn't appear that anyone was home. I knocked on the door. There was no movement, no answer, nothing. It had the appearances that someone was not home. I found a motorcycle, an on-road, off-road dirt bike in the overhang next to the garage and a jet ski. I ran the registration numbers on those 2 vehicles and found out that they did come back to Robert Card. So it gave me the belief that I was at the correct residence for him, that he was there.
So
But that is his residence, but he was not home.
So about how long were you at Robert Card's residence?
I was not there long enough to determine he wasn't there.
Then what did you do?
I went to his father's house to see if I could locate him up off of the Meadow Road, just in case he might be there. That's where the jet ski and his dirt bike were registered to. No one was home there. I put information into the Spillman system, our report system. I was able to get the email that Detective Bagley had sent me, and I cut and pasted that into my report. That was around 3:47.
Okay, let me ask you about, so this is the email that Detective Bagley sent you with two attachments, right?
Email and the screenshot of Hodgson's phone.
Okay,
Do you have that in exhibit, sir?
yes. We'll get to that, but let's start with the memo from Sergeant Moat. That's exhibit 4. At the bottom of the first page, you cut and paste the memo, right?
Yes, sir.
And since it's in the record, I'm just gonna summarize this and ask you some questions. It starts off, good afternoon. I received the attached text this morning from Sergeant Hodgson. Robert Card. Card is one of my senior firearms instructors. He's been hearing voices calling him a pedophile. It started in the spring and has only gotten worse. July 15, 2023, while at West Point, Card accused 3 of his colleagues in the Army Reserve of calling him a pedophile and said he would take care of it. What did you think of that?
I thought that's a subject with some mental health issues.
And what did you think of the phrase "would take care of it"? Is that ominous?
Yeah, I can't speculate what he exactly meant by that. Excuse me. You know, throughout my career, we've had people say, I'll get you. Well, what does that mean? I'll take care of it. Does that mean I'm gonna burn your house down? Or does that mean I'm gonna take you to court? It's open-ended, so what his intent was by "I'll take care of it," I can't speak for what Mr. Card was thinking.
Right. Understood. One of the soldiers who's been friends with Card for a long time was there. Card got in his face, shoved him, and told him to stop calling him a pedophile. Then they were driving back. Card said he would take care of it. When pressed about what he meant by that, Card didn't respond.
Mhm.
Present during this was Oxford County Sheriff Christopher Wainwright and Androscoggin County Deputy Matthew Noyes. Do you know either of those deputies?
I don't know Deputy Noyes. I've spoken to Sheriff Wainwright many years ago over the phone. I wouldn't recognize him if he walked into the room right now.
Did you call either of them?
No.
But the memo identified them as being in the unit. And then Card locked himself in his room that night and would not answer the door, correct?
According to the memo, correct.
And then the memo goes on the next morning. Card said he wanted people to stop talking about him. I told him no one was talking about him and everyone there was his friend. Card told me, meaning Moat, to leave him alone and tried to slam the door in his face. And Moat decided after talking with his commander that Card needed to be evaluated. We took him to the base hospital where he was seen by a psychologist there and determined to need further treatment. Card was taken to the Four Winds Psychiatric Hospital in Katona, New York for treatment and evaluation. During the 4 hours Moat was with Card, he never spoke, just stared through Moat without blinking. Correct?
Yes.
Again, troubling.
It is what it is. Whether it's troubling or not is up to what happened there. Was he treated there? Did he get the help that he needed? Did he not get the help that he needed? They let him go.
Okay, well, so
Released
then
him.
the memo that you received from Detective Moat said he spent 14 days at Four Winds and then was released. To my knowledge, he has not sought any more treatment since being released. Correct?
Correct.
Was that concerning to you that he hadn't sought out treatment?
It's a piece of the puzzle. by itself isn't, to his knowledge, he doesn't know whether he did or didn't. I can't speak for what had happened then and what happened immediately after.
But this was one of his supervising officers in the Army Reserve, and he's telling you that he didn't know if there was any more, that Card had received treatment since his release, correct?
Correct.
Then he says the night before last, and that was the part that was confusing.
Yeah, I missed that line when going through that. I missed that it was, this latest contact that I was sent to his house for. Again, in my mind's eye, I thought it was 2:30 that day. I didn't realize that it was the day before.
Let me go back in terms of his failure to seek treatment. In your experience and training, does somebody get released from a psychiatric hospital and then be fine? Or do they need follow-up treatment?
It's back and forth. Some do, some don't.
At 2:30, then the night before last, another soldier that is friends with Card called to tell me that Card had assaulted him. They were driving home. And this is the incident you were referring to, that you had the phone call with Lloyd about, right?
Yes, sir.
Card started talking about people calling him a pedophile again when Hodgson told him to knock it off because he was going to get in trouble about talking about shooting up places and people. Card punched him. Was that the first time you heard that he was talking about shooting up places and people?
Yeah, other than what Detective Bagley told me. Detective Bagley told me this in synopsis before he sent it to me.
So Card punched him. Hodgson was able to get out of the car and made his way home. According to Hodgson, Card said he has guns and is going to shoot up the drill center at Saco and other places, right?
Yes.
Did you wonder what other places he might be talking about?
I didn't wonder specifically what other places. No, I just the statement by itself stood.
Did you think that that constituted terrorizing under Maine law?
Again, that depends. I threaten to kill my kids all the time. If you don't clean your room, I'm gonna kill you. In what context was the seriousness of the comment taken? Clearly, no one initiated charges against him, either through Saco, with a terrorizing or threatening complaint. No one did it in the town that they were driving through at the time. Again, I'm going to assume they were leaving the Oxford Casino. It's just an assumption on my part. Somewhere along the line, their trip back to Bowdoin, this comment was made. Someone would have had to say, I want to make a complaint for a terrorizing or threatening complaint. No one called us about it and no one reported it to either Saco, the potential victims, or notified the police department where this statement was made. It could have been Mechanic Falls. It could have been Androscoggin. It could have been us if they were in Bowdoin when the statement was made, but no one wanted to press charges.
Well, is that what Mode and Bagley were trying to do, trying to get you involved in a criminal investigation?
No.
If you know that a crime has happened outside of your county, do you notify the law enforcement authorities in the jurisdiction that can prosecute it?
If the victim wants to press charges. We have done that in the past. We work regularly with one another.
But it's up to you to file charges, not an individual, right?
Well, the individual has to want to press charges. They have to be a cooperative witness and victim to that, with the exception of domestic assault.
So is it your testimony, or is it your statement that somebody has to want the state to bring a criminal charge for it to be, in other words, that the witness would have a veto over whether or not a charge is filed?
Potentially. They have to be in fear for their safety with a threatening or criminal threatening or terrorizing charge. That person has to be in fear of an action.
Okay, well, you're being notified about this by law enforcement officers in Ellsworth about potential crime that was going to occur in Saco, right?
Yes.
And then he said, and other places. Could that have been in Sagadahoc County?
It could have been. It could have been. I don't know.
Would you want to know?
I guess that's a fair question. Yes, it would be nice to know.
Okay. But let's just put aside the issue of venue. Okay, who would charge it? If somebody says that he has guns and is going to shoot up the drill center at Saco, that would constitute terrorizing, wouldn't it?
I believe it would, sir. Yes. As long as the recipients of the crime feel as though it would.
And you learned that they did, right?
No, no one wanted to press charges.
But they, well, we'll get to it later, but they took steps in Saco to protect themselves from the possibility that the card was going to show up there, right?
Yes, they were made aware of it.
And they alerted the Saco Police Department, right?
They did. I also had, but I found out that they had been alerted already.
And you alerted them too, because you thought it was concerning enough that you wanted them to know.
I wanted to cover my bases to make sure I was crossing my T's and dotting my
Right.
I's.
And you wanted to make sure that they were aware of this potential threat.
Yes, sir.
So he talked about Saco and other places, and then he goes on. He also said he was going to get them, since the commanders and I are the ones who had him committed, we are the them. Do you understand what that meant?
Yes.
What did you take it to mean?
That that if he's gonna take his actions against his supervisors for having him committed.
And you learned that was Reamer and Moat?
Yes.
Okay, and then when he says who had him committed, did that raise questions in your mind?
In what way, sir?
Why, where he was committed and whether it was voluntary or involuntary?
Not so much. He was committed, whether it's voluntary or not, I wasn't gonna get an answer to that from them. I don't even know as they knew. When someone's brought into a hospital, like I had said earlier, you bring someone in and the past practice has been, let's go talk to someone who can hopefully help you out. It can be voluntary the whole time until halfway through they can say, nope, I'm leaving now. Then it becomes involuntary.
But if a person is involuntarily committed, they may lose their right to possess firearms, right?
And that's my understanding what had happened
You understand?
later on after the fact, not then.
Then he also said I was the reason he can't buy guns anymore because of the commitment. Would that indicate to you that it was an involuntary commitment?
Well, yeah, it could potentially, or it's just an error on his part. I don't know, because I know when you buy a firearm, you have to fill all those boxes out. Have you been involuntarily committed? He thought in his mind's eye, he was involuntary. He had to tick that box.
It was something that you would want to run down.
Not necessarily, potentially. I mean, again, I have to look at the here and now of what's going on. Again, the past history of him is relevant, but it's not what makes my ultimate decision in the here and now. My wife could get on a plane with the kids and go out and visit one of her brothers out of state. That plane could go down. And guess what? Over the next week or two or month, I might want to join them and become suicidal. As time has lapsed and I've gotten help and moved on, I'm no longer a threat to myself. So you've got to look at the moment. And again, everything that's happening is building bricks in the wall, steering towards a certain direction.
Okay, well, so in the next sentence, he talked about the direction. He says Hodgson, who's the source of this, right, this information,
Yes.
is concerned the card is going to snap and commit a mass shooting. See text message attached. So whether it was within 12 hours or 18 hours, he had done something to make a friend concerned the card is going to snap and commit a mass shooting.
Yes.
And then in the next paragraph, he says, Captain Reamer asked that I have, who's the commander, asked that I have Sagadahoc County conduct a well-being check on the card, engage his mental health, and determine if he is a threat to himself and or others, right?
Yes.
So there was two parts to this wellness check, right?
Correct.
One was to gauge his mental health, and the other was to determine whether he's a threat to himself or others.
Yes.
And then a couple sentences down, it says the Saco PD has been given a heads up about this, and the battalion commander has been briefed as to the threat to the unit in Saco. And his final sentence is, I would rather err on the side of caution with regards to Card, since he is a capable marksman, and if he should set his mind to carry out the threats made to Hodgson, he would be able to do it. How did that strike you?
As someone that we should try and make contact with and do an assessment.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most serious, where did this fall in terms of your level of concern?
At this point, it was over 5, 6 or 7. It's not like someone who's in the process right now. Someone who's outside in the parking lot right now, walking around with a gun is clearly a 10 that's threatening to do bad things. And there are variations back to that. The time frame did play a part in it. The time frame, the Sergeant Hodgson, he was as concerned as he made out to be. Why weren't we called right away? Why was there the delay? Why didn't the command call right away? Again, I'm looking through the lens of it being 12 hours through my own misinterpretation. That it occurred 36 hours before. The fact that Hodgson didn't reach out to us directly or his command didn't reach out to us much sooner ratcheted it back a little bit, even though all those things were said. That's
Recording in progress.
that's a big chunk of looking at this.
Okay. I know each case is different. Each one is unique, but is this very unusual? This sort of conduct unusual in your experience in Sagadahoc County?
This is one of the lesser common ones. Yes, that's fair to say. Not very unusual. It is unusual, particularly looking back at what had happened in retrospect. Yes.
I'm not gonna ask you about retrospect, but I mean, on September 15th, you got this information. And was it something that you had seen before?
Similar cases have come up where people are threatening to go over to their, not necessarily a mass shooting, but individuals. I'm gonna go to so-and-so and I'm gonna do X, Y, Z. We have seen that in the past.
And what usually happens in those cases?
It depends on the individual's fear of that person. If they were in legitimate fear, then you want to press charges. And we will begin the charging process, either getting a warrant or summons them or whatnot. It might be taking them into protective custody. It could be that when I go and talk to the person and they say, yep, I was drunk. I said some stupid things that I shouldn't have. I'm not gonna kill them. I'm not gonna do the things that I threatened to do. I was a little off my meds. Any number of things can play into how I respond following up.
So is it fair to say that you've received information about threats like this where nothing happens?
Yes. I have not had a threat that has resulted in a harm like this to someone in my career. I mean, this is unprecedented. It's unusual. Usually, oftentimes people will drink or they're hot-headed, they have a bad temper, and they'll shoot their mouth off and say things that they know are wrong, but are remorseful in the end, or their tune changes when you call them out on it. They were trying to elicit a prescribed response against that person at the time. But when it comes down to it, people don't follow through with threats like that.
Let's look, so that was the memo you received from Detective Mold. Let's look at the text message, which is Exhibit 5. That was also attached to this email, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was sent at 2:04 in the morning, right?
Yes.
And it says, starts, "You up, I have something to report." You would be Sergeant Moat, correct?
I believe so. Yes. Yes.
Then he says, "Change the passcode to the unit gate and be armed if Sergeant Card does arrive, please." And when it says unit, did you understand that to be the Army Reserve in Saco?
Yes.
Did you find that alarming?
Again, reading its face value, it's unusual, not entirely by itself. People make threats regularly. People are oftentimes alarmists. I've been asked to do welfare checks on people that are absolutely no problem at all. Turns out the complainant that's calling in on them actually has the mental health issues. So by itself, no, when you combine it with other things, it does hold more weight.
Okay, but clearly his colleague in the Army Reserve took it seriously when he instructed him to arm up if Card shows up.
This
right?
colleague did, yes.
He goes on, "I believe he's messed up in the head and threatened the unit in other places." What he's saying, that he's mentally ill and making violent threats.
Yes.
"I love him to death. I love to death, but I do not know how to help him, and he refuses to get help or to continue help. I'm afraid he's gonna mess up his life from hearing things he thinks he heard. When I dropped him off, he was concerned his weapons were still in the car. I believe they were at the unit. And no one searched his vehicle on federal property. And yes, he still has all of his weapons. I'm not there, I'm at my own place." And then he finishes with the sentence, "I believe he's going to snap and do a mass shooting." How did you take that?
The answer is the same as before. I took it for what it is as a piece of the puzzle. It sounds like a big deal by itself. But looking at the totality of everything that came in, and after talking to other members of the unit, at the moment, yes, that looks shocking. But then I was given additional information.
Okay, let's go through that. So after you read those two documents, what did you do?
Well, this is the time that I went to his house and wasn't able to make contact with him.
Right?
sent out the BOLO, sent out a teletype. I
That's the
put,
file 6?
that's the file 6. I don't recall that I specifically asked for a file 6. I leave that up to the dispatchers. They're the professionals that call each teletype. I asked them to send out a BOLO for Mr. Card. I had written a good chunk of the report in, and I had cut and pasted the email from Detective Bagley into my report. So that the dispatcher could put out a proper teletype. After I cleared his father's house, checked at his brother's house, I went home and I also called around the time I was.
Let me stop you at the BOLO then. What is a file 6?
File 6 is a teletype to look for a particular individual. And it has a message in it, which I think you may have in yours, one of the exhibits. It's stop and check the welfare of this individual, and it gives the synopsis of why and see where you're at.
Who's it sent to?
Everyone in the state,
Every police officer, every law enforcement agency?
yes.
Okay. Let's look at it.
Which exhibit
Exhibit
is
6. Did you write it?
I did not.
Who wrote it?
Dispatch, I believe, dispatcher Fowler. I believe, let me check. Yes, it says, CTO Fowler.
And how did dispatcher Fowler get this information?
From what I had entered into Spillman and what was in the email sent to me by Detective Bagley. So she opened up, I presume, she opened up that and having a vague recollection of a conversation. Can you send out a teletype BOLO for this guy? The information is in the report.
Okay, so you just ask her to send out a BOLO and then she decides in what format to send it?
Yes.
Whether
Yeah,
it's-
I left it up to her discretion. She's a seasoned dispatcher, does a good job and
And she bases the text of the alert on your report.
yes,
And it says, it starts caution, officer safety known to be armed and dangerous. That's accurate, right, in your view?
yes.
And was that usual language for a file 6?
Yeah, it's not unusual. It's fairly common. We get them almost daily throughout the state from various jurisdictions, from a specific jurisdiction on a daily basis. Maybe not common, but we get these, I want to say, close to every day.
So Robert has been suffering from psychotic episodes and hearing voices. That's correct, right? It's accurate.
As far as I know, yes.
He's a firearms instructor and made threats to shoot up the National Guard. And as you said, that should have been the Army Reserve, right?
It's, again, civilian mistake on my part.
In Saco. It omits the fact that the threat was to the reserve in Saco and other places, right?
It does.
It's just a summary.
It's just a summary and it's vague. What other places would you know to send it to when he isn't specified to those other places?
And then it says he was committed over the summer for 2 weeks due to his altered mental health state, but then released. That's another accurate statement, right?
Yes.
Then finally, it says, if located, use extreme caution, check mental health, well-being, and advise Sagadahoc Sheriff's Department, right?
Correct.
Did you see the file 6 the night of September 15th after it went out?
I don't remember. I saw it afterwards. I don't remember if I saw it that night or the next day.
Okay.
I just don't.
But you agreed with it in terms of the time? It was accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now you took steps to make sure that the evening shift was investigating or continuing your work, right?
Yes, wanted them aware of it and aware of that file 6. Again, we get lots of teletypes. I wanted to make sure their focus was at least swung towards that one coming out.
So what did you tell the evening shift?
I called Corporal Mike Fitzpatrick and gave him a synopsis of what I had. I directed him towards this particular, what I had written in the computer. And asked his crew in the evening shift to keep an eye out, keep an eye out based, on what the bolo said. I wanted our crew particularly aware of it because he resides in Sagadahoc County. We were the ones most likely to come across him.
And you sent a message to the other deputies, through the messaging system in the sheriff's department? I'm referring to exhibit 7.
I can't remember. I did. Yep.
Would that have been sent out on the evening of the 15th?
Believe so, yes.
You asked, it's addressed to Hey Gang, is that everybody
Yeah.
at the Elliott lodge?
Hey fellas, hey gang, hey guys, just
Okay. And then you asked them to read incident and then that referral, a reference to your report, right? You tell them that you attempted to locate him for a welfare check without success. He now lives in, the white trailer. And then you say, be careful with multiple exclamation points, right?
Yes,
Why?
I want them to be careful. He's got guns. He's has some mental health issues. This isn't a kid that's missing from school. It's different than that. It's a guy who's a marksman with the military.
So at the end of the day on the 15th, at the end of your shift, was there any question in your mind that he was mentally ill or experiencing a mental health crisis?
I was leaning towards that, yes. I believe that he was mentally ill, someone that we needed to check on. That's why I sent out the teletype. I brought it to the attention of the evening shift group. Yes, I had concerns about that.
And what was your plan to handle this? You tried to get in touch with him, you couldn't find him. What was your plan to proceed from there?
Have someone have an interaction with him. I've preferred it to have been myself, but couldn't locate him. Wanted the other individuals in the sheriff's office to keep looking for him. They could carry the baton from that point and do an assessment of him and go from there. If he was in mental decline, as stated to me at that point, then potentially take him into protective custody. But that's the key element. We needed to do that assessment. It wasn't necessarily to take him into protective custody that day. As I said earlier, I could have, had I had contact with him. Again, this is speculation. Had I had contact with him from the get-go or the next morning, and he answered the door, "Hey, Robert, Aaron, how you doing?" It all hinged on what he was gonna say. He could have said, and again, this is speculation, and I've had this happen. Yeah, I said some dumb things last night. I was mad, I'm angry at these guys. My meds were off. I've since gone to the doc and straightened them out. I shouldn't have done what I did. I'm not gonna do it. That changes the dynamics immensely as to what I would or wouldn't do. I may not take someone into protective custody at that point. I have gone to individuals' homes based on the information that others have told me, convinced I'm gonna take someone into protective custody. And then when I get there and have that interaction with them, I've been completely turned around and going, nope, I'm not taking him into protective custody. I think this person is completely level-headed. Question the complainant's motives at this point. But again, there's so many prongs leading up to this. I'm not gonna say that was not my intention to take him into protective custody. My intention was to do an assessment and go where that leads me.
Yes.
Take this off. Okay, it says we we've stayed in a long session. I think maybe we'll take a lunch recess at this time. That will allow some of you who are going to find a local eating establishment to do it before the 12 o'clock rush. And we'll come back. Why don't we say we'll come back at 1:45 if you're capable of doing that? Does that work for you folks? Yes, sir. Okay. All right, we'll stand in recess, as they say in court, until 1:45. Thank you very much.
Sorry. I checked you for George or no, okay, when I. I think I used George. Are you Anthony or Tony?
Anthony.
Okay. It is, well, 1 minute ahead. We could start, we'll need the time, so we'll start a little, 1 minute early.
Dan, hold off just 1 second, our interpreters.
Oh, that's important.
Yes.
I'm gonna find that myself.
Did you let them know?
Okay, are we
Yes, thank you.
all set?
Thank you.
We'll resume with the questioning of Sergeant Skolfield.
Sergeant, when we ended, we were talking about the evening of September 15th. So the plan, is it fair to say, was to get eyes on Robert Card and have a direct communication with him?
Yes, sir.
Now, what's the practice in Sagadahoc County? Can you contact assistant DAs easily to talk through cases and what legal issues might be arising?
Yes, our DAs are readily available.
Did you ever contact an assistant DA in this case?
No, I didn't think it was necessary at that point in time.
Let's talk about the next morning, September 16th. Did you go back to Robert Card's house?
Yes, I did.
About what time?
It was roughly 8:45 in the morning, a little bit before then.
What did you find?
I found that his white Subaru, that was registered to him, was parked in the driveway.
So what did you do?
I called for the assistance of another unit. I asked that Kennebec County or the state police send one of their units down to back me up on it. Two of us on that day, and I didn't want the southern unit to be that far away from the zone. And Mr. Card's trailer is located just a short distance over the Litchfield line in adjoining Kennebec County.
So the day before you had declined to back up, why did you want one on the 16th?
I thought better of it. I had time to, at this point, look at Deputy Carleton's report. Just to be safer, and with the totality of everything, I thought, okay, we'll have somebody else here in case he does. I do have a contact with him, and should he decide to struggle, it'd be good to have somebody else there if it was a involuntary committal.
So when had you reviewed Deputy Carlton's report?
Sometime after the 15th, I was there for hours with, on Saturday morning. Exactly when, I don't know.
Okay. So you knocked on the door.
Yes.
What happened,
Well, first I drove in the driveway.
right?
You know, the way his home set, it's a mobile home. You're driving kind of into the end of it, not the side. You could see curtains moving, the part that faces the driveway, the main roadway. I then went around to the side of the trailer, the main entry, which is located on the north side, knocked on the door, told him who I was. Did my typical, come on, Mr. Carver, we just need to talk to you for a little bit. Just need to know what's going on with you. Could hear something moving. I presume it was him. I believe that he was in fact home. I couldn't raise my right hand under oath and swear and lies to my children that he was in there because I never saw him, but I do believe he was in there. He wouldn't come out, wouldn't talk, wouldn't communicate. There was basically a closed door that I couldn't get through lawfully.
Did he say anything through the door?
No, no.
So how long did you stand at the door trying to get him to answer it?
Several minutes. We also determined that probably wasn't the safest place to stand, should he be armed with a firearm, and if he's getting agitated by law enforcement, we were in a direct line of fire. He could have easily taken us out as we pulled in the driveway and we were walking around, and there wouldn't be a thing that we could have done about that. And we knew that at the time.
Right.
But we still made the efforts of going into his line of sight. Which isn't a bad thing. He knows that who we are. He clearly saw our cars if he was looking out that window, which I believe he was. So there was no secret that the sheriff's office was there.
So what did you do then?
At that point, we decided to back away. Staying there and agitating him was not going to be helpful to the situation. He clearly didn't want to talk to me. So me continually just pounding on his door wasn't going to solve things in a positive way. We pulled out of the driveway. I ended up parking at the top of the West Road. You've seen the camera footage. It's been all over the press. The camera footage is of his driveway off in the distance. I parked in a place where I could observe his driveway. There's no way he could leave in a vehicle without me seeing it. It would have been captured on camera. I chatted with the Kennebec deputy for a bit, and after a while I said, you may as well take off because I don't know how long I'm going to be here. He has his own jurisdiction to take care of.
What did you talk to the Kennebec deputy about? Did you talk about ideas as to how to lure him out, or?
No, I was releasing him from the scene because at this point I needed to get more information and start going down through the phone tree. So he agreed. We're kind of at a standstill at this point. So I let him go do his own thing. It was at that point that I started to reach back out to individuals from the guard and Detective Bagley to get. I was trying to figure out how to skin this cat from a different direction. I can't make him come out. I can't make him answer the door. I can't make him talk to me. But at the same time, I just can't go barging in his trailer because he has Fourth Amendment issues against illegal search and seizure. He hasn't committed a crime that anybody wants to say, yeah, I'd like him charged with that. No one would come forward. So we're thinking, okay, how else are we going to do this? And that's why I wanted to start re-talking with other folks to get more information or other ideas from the National Guard to see if they could help in any way.
Did you try calling Robert Carr directly?
Yes, I did.
And did he pick up?
He did not. It took me a while to find his phone number. We didn't have one in our computer system that I could find. I knew that he had a prior OUI. So I reached out to the Two Bridges Regional Jail where people are typically booked. And part of the booking information is they get a cell phone number. So I was able to obtain, I believe, was a current cell phone number for Mr. Card. I did call it. I don't remember whether I left a message or if it even went through. I can't recall if, the mailbox is not set up or if I didn't leave a message. I'm sure the state can probably put some light on that.
But one way or the other, you weren't able to get through to him.
Correct.
And did you talk to your, to Lieutenant Quinn?
I did. I called the lieutenant at around 8:10 in the morning. I advised him of the situation, what I had done so far, what the information was that was given to us. And at this point, not knowing how long I was going to be tied up with this, I asked that another deputy be called out to help cover the road. I wanted to see this through to some sort of conclusion one way or the other. And that's what happened. Another deputy was called out. Mark Anderson came out. At around 10:22, I again tried to reach out to Detective Bagley to get further information. I was not able to reach him. No contact was made. A message was left for him. At 10:26, after being unable to reach Detective Bagley on his cell, I attempted to reach either Corporal Moat or Detective Bagley through the Ellsworth PD, where it was my understanding they're both employed.
And you couldn't reach either of them?
Correct, not initially,
Okay.
not yet. So I then called the Saco PD. That was at 10:31. They were already familiar with this issue, with Mr. Card, and I asked if they had contact issue for the command staff at the Saco Reserve Unit. Now, this is where it gets a little fuzzy for me. I believe it was either through Ellsworth PD or Saco PD's relationship with the Army Guard unit, the National Guard, sorry.
No.
Reserves, I apologize,
We understand.
and I'm nervous. The reserve unit that, Corporal Moat, with Ellsworth Sergeant Moat with reserves, same guy, knew to reach out to me. That was around 10:35. It was a very short phone call that I had with Sergeant Moat. According to my phone records, I ended up calling him back at 10:37. We had a brief conversation on the phone. It lasted roughly 3 minutes. If I forgot that I spoke to Sergeant Moat when I wrote my report. I had so many things going on. I ended up going to a domestic violence call later on. When I finished my report, this part of it that evening at the end of the shift, past the end of my shift, I gave Captain Reamer credit for saying things that Corporal Moat had said. And that didn't dawn on me until after the tragedy in October occurred and I started going through my phone records. I remember him saying it, but I gave credit to the wrong guy. And one of the things that Corporal Moat and I discussed was, may I refer to my report?
Yes.
One thing I gave Captain Reamer credit for saying, however, it was Corporal Moat, Sergeant Moat, was I was further advised that the guard is in the process of trying to get Card to retire from the guard with conditions that he gets some mental health treatment. I credited the wrong individual for saying that. That was communicated to me by Sergeant Moats.
Okay. Did you ever try to reach, Hodgson?
I did not.
Why not?
Both Sergeant Moat and Captain Reamer indicated the questionableness of Sergeant Hodgson's had a reputation of being a bit of an alarmist, exaggerating the truth. So I relied on his commanding officers to make a judgment there.
You didn't want to make your own judgment?
I relied on their judgments. At that point, and again, Sergeant Hodgson never reached out to us.
Okay. Let me get to Sergeant Moat and Captain Reamer in a minute. You talked to Saco Police Sergeant Sicard around 10:30, right?
I can't argue with that. According to my notes, I called the Saco PD at 10:31. I didn't remember the name of the law enforcement official I spoke to down there. I didn't write it down. I'm gonna have to concede that that's accurate.
Okay. But he told you that Card was not coming to the armory that day and that the Saco PD had established vantage points on the road to the center, the reserve center, to see if Card was actually going to show up there, right?
That sounds familiar. Yes, sir.
So you took it from that they took it seriously.
That Saco did. At Saco, I mean, they have their own level of preparedness that they take. They have information that they have. What they chose to do is their decision, not mine. They also have significantly more people on duty than Sagadahoc County.
So let's talk about Sergeant Moat. What did you learn from your conversation with him that morning?
That Hodgson was in fact the complainant. That he had some potential credibility issues. Like I had just said, that the reserves were looking into the process to get Mr. Card medically, get him to retire with the conditions of mental health treatment.
And he said that, Hodgson was a bit of an alarmist.
Something to that effect. I'm not gonna use the exact words, exaggerates, an alarmist, something along those lines.
Now, this is the same Sergeant Moat who, wrote the memo that you received the prior day, right?
Yes.
And he said in that memo that I would rather err on the side of caution with regards to Card since he is a capable marksman and he should set his mind to carry out the threats made to Hodgson. He'll be able to do it, right?
Yes, sir.
So how did you square those two statements?
I'm hard of hearing, I'm sorry.
How did you square those two statements? I mean, he's telling you on one hand, he's an alarmist, on the other hand, he's saying he wants to err on the side of caution. And that, Card is a capable marksman. And, if he set his mind to carry out the threats, he would be able to do it.
It seemed to me like a game of hot potato.
What do you mean?
Here's something that could be bad and ugly here. Here you go, you catch, you deal with it.
They were sending it to you.
Yes,
Okay. I mean, he was saying he was a bit of an alarmist, but at the same time, the Saco PD was protecting the reserve center.
yes.
What impact, did Moat's statements have on your, confidence, that you could get probable cause if necessary?
Probable cause for what?
To establish, protective custody?
It was kind of neutral at that point. Again, like I had said earlier, he could have done some he did do horrible things. He could have said things the night before that at the time were taken seriously or quasi seriously. Again, no one wanted to press charges. But Hodgson never calls us, which kind of led me to believe the weight of it was lessened a bit. If he was truly concerned about those things that were going on at the time when they were said, why didn't he reach out much sooner when those things were happening? So I was kind of neutral at that point. I didn't know whether to take Hodge seriously or not. It was, again, my goal was to meet Mr. Card and make a decision where to go from there.
So you were subsequently, you contacted Captain Reamer, right? You called him?
I tried to, and then I think either he contacted me or I contacted him. We did make phone contact with one another. At 10:46, Captain Reamer called me. And that is the cruiser video that the commission should have.
You recorded it.
I did.
And yes, Exhibit 8 is a copy of the transcript. I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but
I have Exhibit A.
Eight.
Eight. That makes more sense. Yes, sir.
so you started off saying, to Captain Reamer, obviously, we're very concerned over this. I don't want to be an alarmist or anything, but when you got a lot of documentation that said to me they're worried about him doing a mass shooting and he's having hallucinations, that he had been institutionalized for a couple of weeks this past summer. He's not showing any signs of improvement. Just trying to get some answers, right?
Yes.
And then you asked, all of his weapons from the National Guard have been accounted for, right? So he doesn't have anything at the house.
Correct.
Now, why were you concerned about weapons from the Army Reserve as opposed to his own personal rifles?
Any weapons. I didn't know what he had from the National Guard, if he had anything or not. I've never been in the military. It's not my understanding that military folks take their weapons home, but I wanted that question answered.
And then Captain Reamer told you that there was no real court order to take his weapons or anything. So what was required was when he went to the institution, meaning the psychiatric hospital, which I wasn't even part of, mind you. Like, they didn't keep me in the loop on any of this because of HIPAA. What did you make of that?
You're on page 2.
I'm on finally, the first page.
There's
Nope.
87 at the bottom of it.
87. I didn't make anything of that, other than he may still have weapons.
So then, he tells you that the family was going to take care of, the weapons, and then he said that Hodgins is gonna take care of the weapons, right?
I do recall him saying that the family was gonna take care of the weapons. No, that's a good point.
Well,
This is out of order, sir. I'm sorry. That's why I'm having trouble. It's jumping back and forth in the conversation.
I'm moving through. Top of page 88. The family removed the weapons, and then he says Hodgins moved the weapons.
Sergeant, there are 2 page 87s, but then go to 88.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I see now. It's on page 80. Yes.
Okay, and then, he told you that he'd spoken with Card the day before, and that, Card was angry. The people have made no specific threats, like I'm gonna come in there and shoot if nobody does. You see, I'm at the bottom of page 88.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing like that. It was not even, I'm pissed off at how everything went. No, I gotta work because of how everything went down there at West Point. He never said any specific names. He never said anyone specific. He didn't target any specific sites or anything like that. What did you make of that?
I took it for what it was. I listened to Captain Reamer, and again, it was being dialed back a little bit more based on his judgment as his commanding officer.
And then on the top of page 89, he said the Army was asking you to do what he called a check well-being. To see if he's alive and just kind of document it, right?
Yes.
And the day before, they said they wanted wellness check, but also to check on whether he was a danger and a risk to others, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you filled him in. You said he's there, he's alive, he won't answer the door, and there's no good way to approach the trailer without being in line of sight through the curtains, right?
Correct.
And again, you weren't absolutely certain that it was him inside the house, but that's what you presumed.
Yeah, I bet a cup of coffee that he was there.
Okay. And then Reamer told you again that they were asking for a wellness check and documenting that he was there, he was uncooperative, but we confirmed that he was, alive and breathing, and then we can go from there. That's kind of from our end here. Obviously, I don't want you guys to get hurt or anything that would push you guys in a compromising position and have to make a decision. Right? And you said that's our goal.
Yes.
And what did you mean by that's our goal?
I didn't want us to be the exigent circumstance of where a person is having problems, but I didn't want to create the problem by pounding on his door, pounding to the point where he gets enraged, we wind up having a gunfight. I don't want to have to hurt him. Certainly don't want him to hurt me. For our training, per case law, we're supposed to de-escalate situations, not turn them up, not turn up the flame, so to speak. De-escalate things, and that we were both saying the same thing to calm the situation down.
And you say later on the middle of page 90, I was hoping he was gonna come out. Right? That's confirming what you told us, right?
Yes.
That's the plan.
Yes.
And then Reamer says that's what he did, that's what Carr did when we were in New York. I'm just gonna move through a little faster here. At the bottom of page 90, he says, that's our 2 cents, but if there's something else you guys see out there that you're more concerned about, then and you kind of act on it. You said, no, I'm just acting on everything that was told by the detective from the go. So the plan was to have contact with him, check his health, and see if he was a threat.
Yes.
And then on the page, the top of page 91, he talks about Hodgson, right?
Yes.
Reamer says, I'm sure it was probably relayed to you, the information that initially came when we went to try to fact check it, meaning the information from Hodgson. The text message, the guy who sent it out, he was unable to give specifics on during that. So I don't know what the validity of the text message is. But there was enough that we were concerned and needed to do a check well-being and stuff like that because of his history and our understanding of it. And obviously, when anyone texts anything like that, we obviously need to take it very seriously. But also taking it with a grain of salt as well. Because we know where the source is coming from, so it's kind of what we were really looking. The goal of it was just to kind of make sure he's, where he's at, make sure he's good, alive, and then just if we can document it and we can go from there. And you say, okay, all right, fair enough, Captain. And then you ask for his name, right?
Yes.
What impact did this have on your investigation, this information?
It diminished the urgency of Mr. Card's mental state. The whole complaint that Reamer was making wasn't as on solid foundation as it was without those statements.
When you say Hodgson.
Hodgson, I'm sorry,
Okay.
sorry, Hodgson. When his own command staff saying he has credibility issues, they know him, I don't. They deal with him on 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks out of a year, whatever, right? Sadly. It's
The information you got about his threatening conduct wasn't only from Hodgson, was it?
No, it was from Sergeant Moe as well.
There was allegations of assaults in New York and it had nothing to do with Hodgson, right?
Correct.
Let's go to page 92. You mentioned at the top that you're going to ask the family to secure the weapons.
Yes.
And then Reamer says halfway through the page, yeah, I mean, I don't think this is gonna get any better. And you say, no, nor do I. What did you mean?
He's going down the rabbit hole of, mental health issues. as he was going to improve all by himself, like a cut on your arm. Necessarily. He could, but, what they're kind of telling, it's, no more needed to be done for him.
So is it fair to say that there might be some questions about Hodgson's credibility, but you are still pessimistic that this is gonna end up well?
My head is swirling. I don't, at this point, I'm kind of leaning away towards pestering Mr. Card at his doorstep. I've gotten conflicting reports about where he's at. There's no black and white answer here.
Then, Captain Reamer says he's refusing any real medical treatment. I mean, we got him as much as we could, but you can lead a horse to water, but if he's not gonna drink it, then there's not much we can really do. So I'm not sure, because I like in New Hampshire, I'm a cop in New Hampshire, so I'm not sure about your guys' rules and stuff here, but maybe if something were to, and then you say we're more complicated, and then he says, and then, yeah, and then you say, and there's the yellow flag laws. And then you discuss the yellow flag law. When there's someone who's a danger to themselves or others, there's a process we're supposed to go through, seize their weapons if they're deemed a danger to themselves or others. So that you know that, obviously is a hurdle you have to deal with, but at the same time, we don't want to throw a stick of dynamite into a pool of gas either and make things worse. Let me start. What was your concern about the yellow flag law?
We have to potentially do it if we have to, there's hoops we have to jump through in order to trigger that yellow flag process against an individual. The hurdles are, I've got to talk to them or get information about them, which there's information out there, but I've also got to get a face-to-face with them. I have to be able to get hold of them, either sweet talk them into a ride with me to the hospital, or I need to forcefully take them into custody against their will. Now here's the problem. Here's the hurdle. I can't beat down his door. I can't break down his door. He hasn't committed a crime that allows me to do that. No one got an arrest warrant or an arrest warrant for the charge of terrorizing or threatening that likely happened outside of our jurisdiction. So I couldn't get the arrest warrant for that, likely. He could have made those threats in the last couple 100 yards of Sagadahoc County from Litchfield into Bowdoin. But putting the odds, it would have been another jurisdiction that no one had filed with. So here's the circle. You gotta take him into protective custody potentially if he exhibits these signs and says that he's in crisis or continues to give strong evidence that he's in crisis, but I can't access him. So which right do I violate? His Fourth Amendment rights of illegal search and seizure. There's the hurdle we have.
Okay.
And I can't yellow flag him. I'm sorry, yeah, but may continue. I can't yellow flag him until he's in protective custody. That's one, you gotta have the face-to-face in some capacity. Two, he has to be taken into protective custody. Then number two, and only then can yellow flag fall into place. We don't have red flag laws in the state of Maine.
Let me, jump ahead. After you got off the phone. Oh, and finally, the last, part about the phone call, you said you don't want to throw a stick of dynamite into a pool of gas either. That's the de-escalation, issue that we discussed earlier, right?
Us not becoming the exigent circumstance.
Okay. So around 11:10 that morning, did you talk to Lieutenant Quinn?
May I refer to my notes? I have 11:09. I talked to Lieutenant Quinn regarding this case. Advising that based on my conversation with Captain Reamer, we're we're best at this point to just let leave him alone, let him simmer. He would hole in for a week or two and eventually come back out. Calmer and brighter out the other side. Also advised that, we're gonna try to make contact with the brother Ryan Card. To assist in making sure or any other weapons that the weapons were in fact removed. And express upon the family that they could get Robert to open the door. They could get Mr. Card to open the door. He wasn't gonna do it for a cop, but from what I understand, Ryan had a decent relationship with his brother. They may have fought like cats and dogs. However, they would still interact with one another. Well, if Ryan can break down that barrier, awesome. Let us know if you believe he's in mental crisis still, and we'll regather and reassess and go from there.
Okay, well, I want to get to that in a second. But around noontime, did you receive another call?
Sure I did.
Did you get a call with DV?
Yes, I got a call. I did some stuff in between that call and the next call.
You went back to Robert Card Senior's house?
I did. I went back to Robert Card Senior's house. I was able to have an interaction with him. And he then told me that I'm gonna deal with Ryan on these issues. And I did. After not getting in touch with Ryan at his home, I then made phone calls. I had made several phone calls to Ryan and I eventually was able to reach him. I went to my residence and I was throwing together a sandwich before I could put the two pieces of bread together. They gave me another call at just after noontime of a domestic violence assault, but it turned out to be a domestic violence assault over in Bodenham.
Okay, so you had to leave the Card residence.
I did.
Couldn't watch it anymore.
I was satisfied is not the correct word, but at this point, I had done what I could to handle this call outside of staking out his house for days. I couldn't get him to answer the door, reached out to the family, and I thought that that was a viable option to get his weapons away from him, do an assessment in the here and now, not a day and a half old, to see where he's at, and in their opinion, reach back out to me.
Did you ever consider trying to find Robert Card at his place of business? Employment.
I did not. I went to this next call and was tied up past the end of my shift. No, I didn't.
Did you know that he worked regularly?
I would assume he did. I didn't know that for a fact. It's an assumption. I couldn't do anything.
So the domestic violence case took you away from the Card case, the remainder of September 16th, right?
Yes,
And on September 17th, around 2:40 in the afternoon, did you talk to Ryan Card again?
we were finally able to reach by phone, and he was able to state that he was able to secure the guns.
He said he was able to secure the gun?
Yes.
He
At some
told you?
point, I was able to speak with Ryan by phone. He assured me between me and his father that we'd get Robert's guns and call if he thought Robert needed mental health treatment.
He said he would get the guns.
He had the guns and would check, see if there were any others, something along those lines, that the guns were gonna be secured.
Well, are you referring to Mr. Cuniff's report?
No,
What are you referring
I'm
to?
referring to my notes that I made after October.
Well, did Ryan say that they were going to work together to get Robert's firearms?
May I refer directly to my report, sir?
Yeah.
In my report I wrote, I was later contacted by Ryan, who told me that between him and his father, they would work to ensure that Robert does not have access to any firearms. They have a way to secure his guns.
Okay, so what he's telling you is that they were gonna work together to get, to secure his guns, right?
Yeah, I was also under the impression they had guns at that point based on my conversation with the military. It was a double check type thing.
And Ryan, did Ryan ever tell you that he actually had all of Robert Card's guns?
I don't recall. I was under the assumption that they had the guns at a family safe, but I can't remember the specific wording.
But even if he got the guns at that time on September 17th, there's nothing that would prevent Robert from getting them back, right?
They were gonna move them from a family safe to another location or ensure that you didn't have access to the family safe, something along those. I don't recall exactly, so I wouldn't want to raise my hand and swear under oath that that's exactly what was said.
And Deputy Carleton said he could go out and buy new guns, right? There's nothing stopping him from buying additional guns.
That's true, through Uncle Henry's, not through a licensed FFL. If he was in fact honest on the purchase paperwork, he could have lied on the paperwork and gotten through a background check potentially.
And were you going on leave after the 17th?
I was going on a vacation.
For how long?
It was at least a week, if not a week and a half. I would have to look back at my calendar. I can answer that question, during a break. I can look it up exactly. I believe I provided a calendar to the command staff.
Did you do anything to transfer the case to another deputy?
Did not. It was
Why not?
because it was, at that point, it was closed. Assurances were made with the family, they call us. Assurances were made that the guns were going to be secured. I couldn't access Mr. Card. Things based on what the Army said, let him simmer for a bit, let him cool down. He'll come out after a week or two and as he's done in the past.
So you were relying on the family members to protect the community from Robert Card's.
It was a lot of weight to put on the family, but I was relying on the family to get through that barrier of the front door that I couldn't legally do.
But they can't initiate a yellow flag. Only law enforcement can.
After someone's taken into protective custody.
And they were intimidated by him, weren't they?
I didn't get that impression.
You learned that that Robert Card had opened his door with a gun on the other side of the door when Ryan came to visit, right?
I did learn that.
That would be pretty intimidating, wouldn't it?
That's up to each individual. I know of a drug agent that had a gun pulled on him and put to him, and he wasn't afraid. He testified under oath of that. So how Ryan Card feels in a situation like that is not something I can answer for him, because I know he continued to have a relationship with his brother. They would communicate regularly.
Let me ask you this, what protections were in place on September 18th when you went on leave that were not in place when you first got the call on September 15th?
What protections in what sense?
What protections that Robert Card wasn't going to hurt somebody with his guns?
There wasn't any more protection than anyone else.
In other words, what steps have been taken to restrict his access to guns? He was in a mental health crisis, right?
I don't know that day. Again, I can't speculate what his behavior was on the other side of that door the day that I went and knocked on it.
Because you hadn't even done a wellness check by then.
I had tried to, and I couldn't get him through the door. I can't make him open the door. I can't kick in the door. Had I kicked in the door, it would have been a violation of law.
And even if you got a search warrant, there's a risk with dynamic entries that somebody's gonna get hurt, right?
There is that, but it was impossible to get a search warrant because no law had been broken, as evidenced in that other agency that Detective Carleton talked about. A judge will not issue a warrant for us to enter a house where there hasn't been a crime that's been committed.
So you hadn't been able to even do a wellness check. Why not pass it off to somebody else to do it while you're on leave?
It was resolved at that point. The Army, after talking to the captain, leave him alone, let him lay low. I believe that to be the case. And weeks went by, weeks and weeks went by, and no one had reached out to us.
Weeks after September 17th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever advise Ryan what to do if he couldn't collect Robert's guns?
No. And I told him to reach out to us if he thought he needed an assessment. We would relook at that.
And in late September 2023, do you recall talking to Deputy Carleton about Robert Card?
Yes,
What do you recall about that conversation?
it was quick and fast, and we compared notes as to what had happened. I don't remember the specifics of that conversation. We talked about Mr. Card, what exactly we said. I apologize. My memory is not that good.
It's okay. Now, the case was closed on October 1, right?
It was closed before that. The file 6 was pulled out of the system on that date because I forgot to pull it out of the system prior to.
Okay. So did you have any role in canceling the file 6?
One more time, sir, I
Did
apologize.
you have any role in canceling the file 6?
Yes,
What was that role?
cancel the file 6. When the dispatch supervisor, the assistant communications director came up, there's an auditing process apparently through the communication center that when the file 6 is in the system for more than a certain number of days, it either has to be refreshed or pulled out or something. Something needs to be done with it. You can't just leave something like that in there indefinitely.
And that was on October 18th?
That sounds about right, yes, sir.
And you hadn't talked to Ryan Card
I had not,
before you did that?
no.
Now, the mental health liaison we heard about this morning came online on October 1, right?
Yes,
Did you talk to the liaison about the Robert Card case?
I did not. The case was resolved at that point.
Now, after the shootings on October 25, did you have any contact with members of Robert Card's family?
Yes.
What?
I came out the night of the shooting. I was called out and I did speak with Ryan. He was obviously upset as to what had transpired, visibly shaken. We didn't talk too much in the details of what had happened, what didn't happen. We were there more than a support capacity for his family, and we were watching the house that the family had gathered at because they had concerns about Robert coming after them.
And were there press trucks on the front lawn?
No, this is on Quarry Road in Bodenham.
Okay.
I don't know if there were, I don't know where the press was. They weren't where I was.
Do you recall anything else, talking about anything else with the Card family after the shootings?
Not specifically. I'm sure things will come back to me now that the question's been posed. I don't remember any specific details about exactly what was said, no.
Have nothing further.
I have a quick question. Did I understand you to say that your report regarding the conversation you had with Mr. Ryan Card about removing the weapons, that you wrote that report after the shooting?
No, sir. My report was written before the shooting.
Okay, I thought I heard you say that. I was.
No, sir.
Okay.
And I'd just like to reiterate what Deputy Carleton said. The following morning after the shooting, and Deputy Carleton told me he went to the office, printed both our reports, put them in an envelope and brought them down to the administrative offices because we wanted to take any wind out of any sails that we may have altered or changed the reports post-shooting.
Any questions? Good.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. So I have two questions. Police department gets intelligence from each other regularly and about like threats and whatever it is. And you kind of keep an eye on those things. So in this particular case with the Saco department who enacted that protection of the base, was there just try to help me reconcile this is, yes, you have Rima who, and the team who said, yes, it's not, it's not as big an issue. We can manage it a little bit and stuff like that. But yet you have another department who is taking this level. Was there something that made you want to ask, okay, what was the disconnect? Why would they do this despite what these folks are saying? Was it?
Every agency is different. Manpower plays a big key in what we do. Oftentimes it's, okay, task, there's days we are running from the start of your shift to the end of your shift. There's no lunch, there's no coffee breaks in between. September 16th happened to be one of those days. Saco, you're asking me to speculate, and I don't mind giving this speculative answer, but if they had the manpower and the resources that day to guard the armory, sure. But if they had a fatal accident on one side of town and a domestic, depending on the calls for service, who knows where they would have triaged the calls in between. Again, that's speculative on my part. I don't know what Saco's policies are or their exact manpower.
But the bottom line is you didn't get a chance to contact Saco and ask them why that was the case.
Correct.
Okay. And the other thing also, there was a lot of mention of firearms that Robert Card had. Did you at any time was able to find out what type of firearms and how many firearms he had?
I didn't think to ask the question, and to me, a gun is a gun is a gun. They can all hurt. Again, it's an assumption on my part. I assumed they were hunting rifles, living in the country, being on, working farm family. That they had probably a handful of a variety of different firearms, shotguns, rifles, handguns.
Okay.
So I just assumed it was a variety of them.
Okay. And again, I know people use firearms for different reasons and stuff like that. Would it change your process thinking if you were recognizing, let's say that 5 pistol versus a lot more, like assault weapons and stuff like that? Would that have made a difference in your processing at the time?
No, a tactical response, if someone has long guns, whether it's a assault weapon or your grandfather's old 30-06, those still hurt either way. Handguns are still very dangerous, but I'm not as concerned about being shot from a mile away with a handgun.
Any other questions?
Sorry, I just have a follow-up from your question. I thought you said you wrote some additional notes after the shootings.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Have you been reviewing those there in front of you today?
I have. What I did was,
Because I don't recall ever seeing those. So
I'd be
maybe
happy to provide you with them. What I did was I took first Sunday of vacation. I went and took the video timestamp, the dispatch calls that I had, the calls in my phone. And I went back and looked at how long I talked to people on the phone. I had to backtrack and find phone numbers. I'd have a phone number in my phone, but I didn't remember necessarily who it belonged to. So I would backtrack and find out that actually came from Sergeant Moe. That's how I recalled my conversation with Sergeant Moe, by reestablishing that. And I went with the timestamp from the phone, the timestamp from the cruiser video, the timestamp of the calls into dispatch. So it's actually fairly accurate. So
It's something that's not in the record that we have. Do you?
I don't know.
Would you, through the sheriff,
I don't think we've seen it.
I don't believe you have,
through the sheriff, can you make sure that Ann gets a copy of that?
I will research this and make sure that you have that.
We may have additional questions which we'll submit to you and.
Let's see for a second.
We do
No,
not have
we
that.
do not have that.
Not attached to any reports or anything, so it's a
Okay.
standalone document and we'll go.
We
back and
may,
look
we
for it.
may to all of you, we may have questions that we'll submit in writing and you can respond.
We absolutely will.
By doing this breakdown of the times and everything, if you asked me, I know you asked me some questions today, Counselor, and I apologize for not answering some of them. I want to be honest. I don't know the exact percentages for some of your questions and the exact timeframe, but I was able to get a pretty accurate timeframe of how long I was on scene there Saturday morning. Friday afternoon, I wasn't there that long. He wasn't home. And that's when I started making phone calls and going to his dad's. I was there for maybe 10 minutes or so and started writing the report. The next morning, I was there for about 2.5 hours conservatively, and I was able to establish that through the.
We're only interested that we see it and
Yes, sir.
that'll take care of it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? Yes.
Just one quick question. Hi, Debbie Bader again. It sounds like in the information that you provided to us, that you did a lot to gather data on the two attempts at welfare checks. A lot of calls, a lot of discussions, and that there was much of this data was fairly conflicting. Some minimized, some was more alarming, and so you had sort of this mixed bag of information to deal with. At that time, did you think, or was there any consideration of options that you could have used to enact a face-to-face with Mr. Card, other than, you know, persisting on knocking on his door or, you know, doing a super aggressive response?
That's where the phone calls came in. That time I did try to call him. I checked the in-house stuff, the in-house numbers. Coming up with nothing when I reached out to the jail and they were able to give me that phone number. So that's kind of that's the extent of what I tried in terms of reaching out to him at that point. I didn't want to agitate him. That's, you know, like you just paraphrase. I didn't want to throw that stick of dynamite into a pool of gas and create a situation that, you know, ideally, I mean, we all know how we wish this would have turned out. I'm heartbroken of what happened. Yeah, I do feel bad about that.
Well, I asked Deputy Carleton this question too, just about options to make a face-to-face happen. And are you of the opinion as well that there was zero other options?
I'm sure there were other options. I mean, saying zero would be harsh. I was satisfied after speaking with the command staff of the Army that now we'll just let it simmer, it'll come out. Most officers, I'm not saying many officers would have walked away at that point and said, oh, I'm done. I knocked on the door, I tried, that's it. And that's when I didn't stop there, continued to reach out to the family to break down those barriers. So, well, in essence, yes, there was that other option of trying to get Ryan to reach through to his brother, who he would talk to. But I had trouble reaching out to Ryan until the following Sunday, when we finally called back.
Thank you.
One question.
Yes.
Sergeant Skolfield, I just want to clarify something. On a couple of occasions now, you have said that law enforcement officers do not proceed unless there is a victim who wishes to press charges. Isn't it accurate to say that it is the state that decides whether to bring charges and not victims?
Yeah, that is a more accurate statement, Your Honor.
So in this case, the victim, if you will, was the Army Reserve people who had called with concerns about Mr. Card. Did you back off or decide that it was over because the Army essentially said that it did not need any further action?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Quinn, I think is the next one that we're going to do, and Commissioner Skolfield will conduct a lead, and I'd remind us all that we're running down on time, so to avoid any prolonged silences or anything else, but we'll move.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant. You're the supervisor of the patrol division for the Sagadahoc County Sheriff's Office,
I am
and you are Sergeant Skolfield supervisor.
correct.
Who's your supervisor?
Chief Deputy Strout.
And is Deputy Strout answer to Sheriff Mary?
No.
And as of September of 2023, was Sheriff Mary in the office acting as the chief law enforcement officer for the sheriff's department?
I don't know the exact date, but there was a period of time, I think it was like 6 weeks, where he was out of the office to a medical procedure.
And do you know if that included September of 2023?
I had
How long have you been in law enforcement?
since 1978.
And what is your law enforcement history?
My law enforcement, I spent 25 years in Biddeford Police Department. I retired there as a sergeant. I took some time off, spent 3 years in Iraq, training Iraqi police officers while assigned to U.S. military units. And when I came back from Iraq, I got a job with the Kennebec County Sheriff's Department as a court security officer. And then I founded the Sagadahoc Sheriff's Department was looking for a patrol deputy, and at 57 years of age, the sheriff was gracious enough to give me another shot at it.
And when was that?
In July of 2012.
So you've been with them for approximately 11 years.
Correct. Well, no, took a year, went back to Kennebec County as lieutenant in charge of court security. Then I came back to the Sagadahoc Sheriff's Department as lieutenant of operations.
Do you have a military background, or was your training that you were doing in Iraq as a civilian trainer?
I was a advisor to the military as a civilian.
And how long have you been supervisor of the patrol division?
2016.
And what are your responsibilities as a supervisor?
Oh, you said you want to keep this short.
Not that short.
What is the cliff notes?
Cliff notes, scheduling, time off requests, checking reports, helping out in the field when necessary, evaluations. I also take care of the transport division, which I do the same. I supervise there, do evals, help out when necessary, go to a court. And I think that there's a lot more superfluous things I also do, but that's the.
And does it also, does your role also include acting as a resource for those that you supervise with respect to case decisions?
When necessary, yeah.
Now, over the course of your extensive career, how many mental health calls have you handled?
Hundreds.
And is that in a personal capacity, you've handled them, or is it as a supervisor?
Both.
How many since you've been with the Sagadahoc County Sheriff's Office?
And probably, I'd have to guess, maybe a dozen or so. My majority of them was when I was with Biddeford, because we had the only mental health facility in southern Maine at the time.
And when you say mental health facility, what are you referring to?
Southern Maine Medical Center had a psychiatric unit. And the closest one after that was Portland.
Now, I assume in your role as a supervisor, you don't currently do patrol duty and haven't since you've held that role, is that correct?
For the most part, yes.
Now, you, since you've been with Sagadahoc County and before have received mental health training, is that right?
Correct?
And that includes the 40 hours of crisis intervention training,
Yes.
and the 8 hours of mental health first aid,
Yes.
and then 1 hour on an options program with Sweetser.
Yes.
And what did that training involve?
The options one was involved about people in crisis through addiction.
It was limited to addiction.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And then, you've received training on response to mental health calls with 3-hour training, is that right?
Correct.
Did any of these trainings that you received include information about the Department of Health and Human Services Crisis Services?
I'm not sure.
Are you familiar with the services that are offered through the Department of Health and Human Services on how to handle crises involving mental health issues?
I'm really not sure what you're asking.
Well, are you familiar with Sweetzer's Mobile Crisis Intervention Unit?
Now I understand where you're going. Yes.
And are you aware of any other resources that are available to law enforcement to help with respect to calls for related to mental health issues?
Also, the mental behavioral health liaison that we belong to with Brunswick that started in 23, I think May of 23.
I think your person that was hired for that position came on duty on October 1st of 23. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that would be correct because they had the agreement first, but they didn't fill the position right away.
So other than the Mobile Crisis Intervention Unit, were you aware of any other resources that were available to you as law enforcement to assist with mental health calls? And I believe, Lieutenant, you've also received training on the Maine's weapons restriction law, the so-called yellow flag.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your understanding as of September of 2023 as to what was required to obtain a weapons restriction letter?
When you come across somebody who is in crisis and they may be a danger to themselves or others, that once you take them into custody, you have to perform a telehealth interview with Sweetser. Spurwink, sorry. And they will then make a referral to the hospital, and then we usually bring them to the hospital after we do the telehealth. We bring them into the hospital, and then they're usually continue their treatment from there.
And have you, during the course of your time with the Sagadahoc County Sheriff's Office, ever obtained a weapons restriction order?
I have not, but I've worked with the deputies, with the other deputies in preparing those.
And is that work occurred since October 25th of 2023 or prior to October 25th?
Since, I believe.
Do you recall ever working with any deputies prior to October 25th in obtaining a yellow flag order?
I don't think so.
Now, prior to September 15th of 2023, have you ever taken an individual into protective custody?
Me personally?
Yes.
I think I have a couple of times.
While you have been with the Sagadahoc County?
Yes, I remember taking somebody into Mid-Coast Hospital.
And what were the circumstances
I
surrounding?
don't remember. I remember going to the hospital as somebody in crisis, but I could not remember the circumstances behind it.
And before September 15th, had you ever responded yourself to a call involving an individual experiencing a mental health crisis who had access to firearms?
Not directly. I remember responding to some situations where we had ended up with somebody in crisis, and we've had to take action in a certain degree of them.
And you are familiar with the your office's response to mental health illness and involuntary commitment that was reviewed with Sergeant Skolfield?
Sorry, you kind of broke up when you were talking on that one, and I
Are
didn't
you
hear.
familiar with your department's policy on response to mental illness and involuntary treatment?
Yes,
Now, when did the issue involving Robert Card first come to your attention?
on September 16th,
And how did it come to your attention on that day?
by a phone call from the sergeant, Skolfield.
Prior to that date, did you know Robert Card?
No,
Did you know any members of the Card family?
I think I know one that was a road commissioner.
And did you know of the Card family other than the one that was the road commissioner?
I'm sorry, I was distracted by that.
Did you know of any of the Card family other than the one that was the road commissioner?
I just knew it was a big family in the Bowman area. That's all I knew. And I didn't know any of them.
And you didn't know anything more about them other than they were a large family in the Bowden area?
Correct.
So at the time that you were contacted by Sergeant Skolfield on the 16th, were you aware of Deputy Carleton's involvement with the Card family in May?
No,
Were you aware of, or had you read the file 6 that had been issued?
I,
Sergeant Skolfield.
no.
So when he contacted you on the 16th, what did he tell you?
Wait a minute. The file 6 came out on the 16th or 15th? 15th. So, no,
What did Sergeant Skolfield tell you when he contacted you on the 15th?
on the 16th,
On the 16th, I'm sorry.
sorry, I'm getting confused. He said that he had a, particular incident and he was working it and, he gave me the subject's name. He told me that he'd been in contact with the reserve, the Army Reserve, a couple of the officers in the Army Reserve and sergeants in the Army Reserve. And that the person was, somebody we needed to make contact with and, do a welfare check. But the subject was not making himself available to Sergeant Skolfield.
Okay, well, what did he tell, did he give you the subject's name?
Yes,
Robert Card.
correct.
And what did he tell you about Robert Card?
That he was he was a member of the Army Reserve, that there was a concern for this Robert Card. And the military was asking us to do a welfare check. Sergeant Skolfield told me he'd done this, attempted to do a welfare check on the 15th. And then again on the 16th. And then he said he would make sure that he got in touch with the family members and follow up with me later, because it was 2 calls that we had that day.
Did he tell you the nature of the Army's Reserve's concerns about Mr. Card?
Yes.
And what were those?
That Mr. Card was having some sort of a mental health crisis. He was a marksman with the US military, US Army. He said that he was had made all efforts possible to make contact with Mr. Card so that he could do an assessment as to his mental health.
And did he tell you at that time that he had an opinion about his mental health?
He couldn't because he hadn't been able to make contact with him.
Or did he tell you what he had learned from the Army Reserves in that regard?
Yes, he said that the Army Reserve originally had some concerns, but at this point or juncture, the US military felt that it would probably be a better tack to back up, give Mr. Card some space, and hopefully de-escalate the situation.
Did he tell you what the basis for the Army Reserve's concerns were?
Conversations with the different military reserve members.
Did he tell you that he had been accusing, Mr. Card had been accusing his fellow reserve members of calling him a pedophile?
I'm not sure if he went that deep into it, but he did say that there was issues between members of Mr. Card's unit, one in particular.
Based on what Sergeant Schofield told you in this conversation, this first conversation, because you had two on the 16th, is that correct?
Correct.
On this first conversation, did you have sufficient information to form an opinion as to whether the subject of the call, Mr. Card, was suffering from a mental illness?
Did I have?
Based on what you learned from Sergeant Schofield?
No,
No, you didn't have an opinion, or no, you didn't have sufficient information?
both.
Did you have an understanding as to whether Mr. Card had access to firearms?
Sergeant Schofield believed he did.
So you weren't able to form any opinion based on the information that you were provided as to whether Mr. Card suffered from a mental illness or presented any kind of likelihood of harm?
Correct.
And what was the conclusion of this conversation?
The first one,
Yes.
he said that he would get back to me if there was any changes.
Now, you indicated that you had not, at the time of this conversation, been aware of Deputy Carleton's interaction with the Card family in May?
Correct.
Following the call from Sergeant Schofield, the initial call, did you do anything to further investigate Mr. Card or any of the circumstances?
No,
So you then received a second call the morning of the 16th from Sergeant Schofield, is that correct?
correct.
And what did he tell you in this second conversation?
That at this point that it was determined from the information from Captain Kramer that it would be safer and more appropriate to basically back down and give Mr. Card time to de-escalate. And he was calling me to let me know that that was the decision.
So in this second conversation, did he tell you that he had spoken with Captain Moat, who was a law enforcement officer with the Ellsworth Police Department, in addition to being in the Army Reserves?
I don't recall.
Do you recall him telling you that Robert had assaulted one of his Army Reserve colleagues 2 nights before, and that this colleague believed that he was going to snap and do a mass shooting?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you have been here throughout Sergeant Schofield's testimony today,
Well, yes,
and you were here when Mr. Dilworth went over his report with him.
yes.
And was there anything in that report that was new information for you today?
Don't think so.
Okay, so in his report, he indicated that Mr. Card's Army colleague had indicated that the colleague believed that Mr. Card was going to snap and do a mass shooting. That's Sergeant Schofield shared that with you in your conversation on the 16th?
If it's in his report, yes, he did.
He did. And did he tell you that he was very concerned about the information he had concerning Mr. Card? That he had a lot of documentation, that he was worried about him doing a mass shooting, that he was having hallucinations, that he'd been institutionalized for a couple of weeks this past summer, and that he wasn't showing any signs of improvement. Did he share that with you?
Some of that, yes.
Which part of it?
That there was concerns, that Ard was, reportedly having mental health issues, reported to have weapons, had allegedly struck another member of the unit, did have a mental health evaluation in New York when they were on drill down at West Point.
And did he share with you the comment that Mr. Card's Army Reserve colleague had made about his concern about him doing a mass shooting?
I don't remember.
Well, if he told you, is that something that you are likely to remember?
No,
No? In the course of your extensive law enforcement career, have there been other reports that you've received about concerns about somebody committing a mass shooting?
no.
And having learned that there was concern in this case that Mr. Clark was going to commit a mass shooting, that wasn't a concern for you?
I must misunderstood you. Yes, that would be a concern to me.
And so did you inquire of Sergeant Skolfield at that time as to what he wanted to do, or did he have a plan to deal with this matter?
Yes, he told me what I just said before, that after talking to Captain Kramer, and that the best course of action would be to back up and give him Card space to help him de-escalate.
And did you agree with that plan?
I did.
Did you suggest that Sergeant Skolfield speak with anybody before implementing that plan?
No,
Why not?
because Sergeant Schofield is a very capable law enforcement officer and a supervisor. And I did not question his judgment.
So is it fair to say that he reported to you and you deferred to his judgment in this matter?
Yes,
As of this second conversation on the 16th, had you had an opportunity to review the file 6?
no,
So you didn't know that the file 6 that had been requested by Sergeant Schofield indicated that Mr. Card was known to be armed and dangerous, suffering from psychotic episodes and hearing voices, skilled with firearms, had threatened to shoot up the National Guard Armory, was committed over the summer for 2 weeks and then released, and that law enforcement was advised to use extreme caution and check his mental health well-being.
there was a lot of information in that last sentence.
Yes, there was, and what of that information were you aware in your conversation with Sergeant Schofield?
Sergeant Schofield made me aware of the issue with Mr. Card and the request for a welfare check. He made me aware they couldn't make contact with him face to face, couldn't make contact with him by phone, and he deferred back to the people who know Mr. Card best, which was the reserve unit. And they said that it would probably be best to back down to give Mr. Card time to de-escalate. And that's what Sergeant Schofield told me that it was suggested to him, and that was his suggestion as well. And I believe that he knew he had all the information and he was making the right decision.
Were you aware that Sergeant Schofield was going on leave after the 16th?
Yes, because I do the scheduling.
And did you assign anybody to follow up on this case during his absence?
I did not,
Why not?
because I thought that the issue had been resolved at that.
Following this conversation with Sergeant Skolfield, did you have any further involvement in the card matter?
Other than calling Chief Deputy Strout and reporting to him, no.
And did you discuss, other than Chief Deputy Strout, did you discuss this matter with anybody else between September 16th and October 25th?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Is the chief deputy here? I'm not.
Yes, he's in the back of the room.
Okay,
He was,
you want to go next with him?
yes, please.
Okay, maybe Lieutenant Quinn, maybe you and the chief deputy could exchange places so he has a seat at the table.
Certainly.
You can leave your name tag. He can blame you for whatever you said. How about that?
I'm good with that.
Come forward.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Jordan is going to conduct questioning in this matter and also with Sheriff Mary too.
Good afternoon, Chief. Could you first state your full name, please, and how many years you've been involved in law enforcement in Maine?
My name is Brett Strout. I'm the Chief Deputy with the Sagadahoc County Sheriff's Office, and I've been in this position since 2009. Prior to that, I started as a cadet at the Bath Police Department and then got a full-time job with the Brunswick Police Department. Worked there 21 years, spent 5 years after that with the Thompson Police Department. Became one of the Sheriff's Office.
What year? So you said when you came onto the Sheriff's Office, was it as the Chief Deputy in 2009? And have you completed the 40-hour CIT training course?
I am, yes.
And when was that?
I believe it was 2007. I don't have the exact year. I should also say that I worked with NAMI on several occasions, doing some of the trainings throughout the state, mostly the southern part of the state, mid-coast area, for a year or two, and got to engage with other officers.
And when you say you worked with them on doing the trainings, is that the CIT training or the 8-hour training?
The CIT training.
All right. And what did you have for training since the yellow flag law was implemented in Maine, on the yellow flag law?
So I haven't done any specific CIT training since then. We do mandatory Maine Criminal Justice Academy training. We've had trainers come to our department meetings. There's just a lot of mental health aspects that take place on a fairly regular basis.
What about the yellow flag law specifically? What kind of training have you had on the yellow flag law?
So the yellow flag law, we had a mandatory training on that. Everyone on the department took that
That in person or online?
online.
Remember when you took that?
I can't give you the specific date.
Let's draw your attention now to, let's zero in first on, in May of 2023. Did you have any discussions with Deputy Carleton about the reports that he received concerning Robert Card?
I did not.
Nothing in May. And between May of 2023 and September of 2023, did you have any involvement with or receive any information about Robert Card and his mental health status?
No.
And in September of 2023, you sat through today and you've heard all the testimony. What was the nature of your involvement in any discussions concerning Robert Card, the actions that Sergeant Skolfield took, and what happened here?
So on the 15th Friday, I was working towards the end of the shift, 2:30, 2:40, somewhere in that range. I was aware that a call had come in for a well-being check in Bowdoin for Mr. Card, whose name I had not heard until that point. And I don't recall if I had looked on the screen to see some details or heard some chatter. I knew there was some concern about a military installation in Saco, and that perhaps he had, at the time, I thought it was some weapons from the installation. And by the end of the day, nothing had come of it. There was no ability to reach Mr. Card. I went home. Saturday, Lieutenant Quinn texted me to say that he had just heard from Sergeant Skolfield. And he said that the immediacy of the threat was significantly less than at first thought, that an effort was underway to make sure the family would prevent access to those weapons, and that they would reach out to us if his mental state changed. Also, I was told that that Sergeant Skolfield was unable to contact Card, so I called Lieutenant Quinn to find out what the plan was, to get some more detail. And Lieutenant Quinn told me through this conversation that we had on the phone that Sergeant Skolfield was going to continue with the follow-up to try to get hold of Robert Card, and if not, to get hold of the brother and make some arrangements to access those or prevent access to those weapons.
All right. How long would you say that telephone conversation with Lieutenant Quinn lasted?
Less than 5 minutes.
Were you on duty at that time, or was this just one of these weekend text calls?
It was a weekend I was off.
All right. And after that, Saturday would have been the 16th. Did you do any follow-up between September 16th and October 25th concerning Mr. Card with either Sergeant Skolfield or with Lieutenant Quinn?
So I don't remember if I just told you this, but I asked Lieutenant Quinn to call me if things changed. I did not receive any calls. When I came into work on Monday, I looked at Sergeant Scofield's report, and it was clear in there that he was able to make contact with the family members to have them prevent access to the weapons, and that he was able to get them or tell them that he would like them to call him or reach out to us, if you will, if things changed with him.
So after that Monday, between Monday, which would have been the 18th, and October 25th, did you have any further conversations with Sergeant Schofield, Lieutenant Quinn, or Deputy Carleton
No.
concerning Robert Card? Your agency has entered into a mental health liaison agreement with mental health provider, as well as a couple other police agencies in Sagadahoc County, in Brunswick. Were there any conversations within your agency about going back and taking a look at the Robert Card situation with the new mental health liaison that these agencies had hired?
There weren't any on my part.
And were there any actions on your part to follow up with Ryan Card or other members of the Card family to see how Robert Card was doing between September 16th and when the shooting occurred?
There wasn't. I felt comfortable based on the efforts, the extended efforts that Sergeant Schofield had put into this well-being check, that he had, as he mentioned earlier, crossed his T's and dotted his I's, that he had made arrangements for, well, as I mentioned earlier, for access to be denied through the family for those weapons, and that he would reach out to us if anything changed with his status.
And were there any efforts made to confirm with the Card family that they had been successful in securing the weapons?
No, not that I'm aware of.
And when did you learn about the shooting in Lewiston? Were you on duty at the time?
Yes and no. I was working an alternative sentencing program in Jefferson, Maine for folks that have been convicted of usually intoxicated driving. And they have to do a week-long program or sometimes just a weekend-long program. And I was spending a shift up there helping those folks out when this took place.
At the time that you received these calls, between the 15th and your follow-up on September 18th, Sheriff Mary was out on medical leave, is that correct?
Yes, he had been out on medical leave and I, for one, was anticipating his return on Monday, but I don't know that he actually returned on Monday. It might have been a day or two after that, but he came back that following week,
So somewhere around the 18th or 19th of September?
roughly.
All right. And did you hold any conversations with Sheriff Mary about what had happened with Robert Card and the efforts?
I did not.
How many times had your agency used the resources of the mental health liaison program between October 1 and October 25th? Do you know?
I don't. We have a records management secretary that refers issues. We had a strong referral process in place for the options program and had made many. Those referrals were quite often codependency referrals, people with not only mental health issues, but also substance abuse issues. And there was an effort to mitigate those so that she was just receiving substance abuse referrals. The new program, which started October 1st, was just underway, although arrangements were being made prior to that to get it going. There was a hiring process, et cetera. But to get back to the nitty-gritty of your question, I don't know how many we've made since.
And was there any formalized training for the members of the Sagadahoc County Sheriff's Department on that between when the contract was signed in May of 2023 until October 24th, 2025?
So that comes down to a timing issue. We had every intention, he was scheduled to show up just recently to train our entire department at our agency meeting. But circumstances didn't allow for that. He was involved in an accident and unable to.
Been in November. We postponed.
Yeah. What the sheriff is pointing out is we were gonna do it in November, but obviously this incident took place so that we had to push it out. And then when it was gonna take place just here recently, he was involved in that accident.
So there was no formal training between May and October. Was there any announcements or information provided to members of your agency that this liaison was available after October 1st?
Yeah, so we have command staff meetings, but I can't tell you specifically in which particular month that was pointed out to the command staff and pushed down. But it would have been mentioned,
Prior to the Lewiston shooting?
probably.
And would Sergeant Skolfield have been considered a member of your command staff?
Yes, he would have.
I have nothing further. This witness.
Any questions? Yeah.
So Quinn, I know you're gonna shift, Chief Deputy, sorry, keep shifting over. Were you aware of how many weapons restriction orders your department filed before the incident?
Before the Lewiston
Yeah,
incident?
before this, let's just say the past year, how many have you filed?
Prior to the incident, we hadn't filed, and
Okay, and do you ever get reports kind of seeing how the statewide is in terms of these orders? Like, do you see like how you got folks do versus like the rest of the county and things like that, just to see a comparison?
no, but as a result of everything that's been going on,
Yeah.
I have since seen such a report.
Okay, so you wouldn't have known whether you were doing less, more, what, I mean, you just don't know, right? Okay. And since that time, do you know how many weapons restriction orders your department has put forth? Or requested anyway?
I would say we've probably done 4 or 5.
Okay. And again, yes, it is a shooting that happened, unfortunately. What else changed in terms of how the officers, the deputies approach these incidents? Because some of these incidents are not right, similarly happened in the past, but now they're able to do that. Is it a resource issue? Is it more awareness? Or, I mean, just again, if you were to speculate, I mean, obviously you may not know all the details.
Yeah, I guess I really don't understand your question because the men and women of this agency work very hard to make sure people are safe and that they have services where and when they need them. This particular instance was one of the rare instances where we couldn't talk to the person and make an assessment or take them into protective custody. And that's the anomaly with this. I can stand here unequivocally and tell you that in almost every instance, we get that face to face. And usually when we have that face to face, it's not that difficult. It might take some time, but you can convince the person to go to the hospital and start making that assessment. And that allows us to do what we need to do from there. In this case, we would have been able to get a yellow flag process started.
The 3 or 4 you've done so far, you've been able to assess the person and says, okay, this person needs further interventions and we do what we need to do.
And we've even done one where we've had to go back to get a search warrant for a weapon and it's been denied by the judge.
Yes.
Just very quickly, if the decision had been made that a face-to-face with Mr. Card was critical to determining the process of a yellow flag, can you envision ways to have made that happen? Given what you know, given all the circumstances, all the information that was available at the time, can you envision a way that that could have happened?
So it is a hypothetical, but I want to state this up front. We were doing a welfare check. A welfare check on a person for another agency. So from my point of view, right at the beginning, we're not starting off at a high level of need or concern here. It's more down in this range. Now, were we able to get that face-to-face, given the information that we've all heard? I don't think having a yellow flag assessment would be an issue at all.
How could you have affected that face-to-face?
Yes, that's a good question. I can't answer it for you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'd have a couple to follow up on that. Wouldn't it have been possible to find out where he was employed and seek to intervene between his home and his place of employment?
That's probably not, that's possible, but just from my own standpoint, when I heard this, I figured he was employed with the reserves down in Saco and that was part of his employment.
Your treatment of the reserves as being another agency asking you to do a welfare check, were you thinking at that time of the fact that Deputy Carleton had in fact, with the concurrence of the family, decided that the appropriate way to deal with this crisis was to refer it to the Army Reserve as opposed to main crisis unit or some other mental health?
So our policy is pretty clear. It allows for that type of interaction when you're dealing with a mental health case, to have the family involved and have them take part of well-being.
I'm not disputing that. I accept Deputy Carleton's testimony, but it seems to me that you can't really treat it as a totally separate agency calling you out of the blue. I mean, he was called in to deal with a difficult situation within the family. And he and family said, maybe the best way and the least troublesome way is to get the Army Reserve involved. And so he went ahead and did that. It seems to me that under those circumstances, if you're aware of the fact that, yes, this is the department itself has sort of taken this route, the best tack, as I think it was called. I just sort of strikes me as odd that you treat that as another agency asking you to do a wellness check. You've sort of adopted this procedure, and it at least would cause you to say, was that correct? You know, should we have gone with the Army Reserve as opposed to the crisis unit? But that's my question. It was more of a speech than a question, but go ahead.
Fair enough. I'm assuming there aren't any more questions, or if there are, I'm happy to answer it as I can. But short of that, I would like to stress that this is a tragic incident and my sympathy goes out to everyone involved. And I hope, as everyone at this table hopes, that perhaps as a result of this, some changes can be made so that we might have the ability to take other steps to make things better in the future. Now, the sheriff has already implemented those as best he can within the agency as far as this crisis employee that's come on, and we're gonna be working with him and we'll do more training with him. But I'm suggesting perhaps it would be beneficial if there were some other legislative action, for example, that could help us.
Like what?
I don't know. That's why the legislature, their minds are gonna come together and make some suggestions. I've been at this a long time, and the irony is not lost on me that we're in a campus that dealt with mental health many years ago. And as you walk out this door, you can see a lot of rooms and a lot of buildings for people that are no longer here. They're out in the public for all of us to in law enforcement have to deal with from time to time in one instance or another. And it's over the years, I've seen quite a few of those changes, and it, in my mind, hasn't been better. It's been problematic.
But in this case, though, Mr. Carter wouldn't even be in the system, correct? Because we had no contact with him, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So
Well, I say we had no contact. It appears, and this wasn't something I was aware
Yeah.
of, that there was some contact with him in New York.
and there's no way you could have gotten any information what happened transpired in New York, correct?
Correct. And why is that, you ask? I have an idea why it is.
Yeah, but it'll be helpful if we had known that
Yes.
this happened, okay.
Sorry, you may have already said this, but when you approved the course of action of Sergeant Skolfield, at that time, had you read Deputy Carleton first?
I had not.
So you were totally unaware that Deputy Carleton had already been through a similar scenario in May.
I was totally unaware, yes.
Had you been aware of that, would that have given you a different perspective? In other words, that concerns about his access to firearms were longstanding, concerns about his mental state were longstanding. And would that have changed your assessment of how much work the department should do?
I can't answer that. I can answer that Sergeant Skolfield did a lot of work on this.
But he's testified, or he told us today that he was not aware of Deputy Carleton's report.
That doesn't take away from the fact that he spent 3 days working on that case.
If I may, Your Honor. May I?
Sure.
A bit of bad timing with my vacation. I was off when Sergeant Skolfield was dealing with the situation and unaware till I came back. So that conversation was delayed.
Were you ever aware that when the detective at Ellsworth called, he asked for you by name?
I became aware of that when I read the Conifer, Your Honor. And the reason I believe, I don't know the true answer to why Detective Bagley asked for me by name. We did work together at Maine Drug Enforcement for several years. That may have been why, or he may have been aware of the incident in May. That would make sense as well. I don't know the answer to that.
But of course, you were on vacation, so it got
Correct.
passed on.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we want to take maybe 5-minute break before we go to Sheriff Mary. And give you a chance to stretch your legs and then move back. We'll go, I'll be absolutely, totally generous. We'll go 10 minutes. How about that?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Branch. I'm wondering if it's been left there by somebody else. It's been poisoned. We're willing to take a chance.
There you go. You woke up? I did 25 and a half years with the Bath Police Department, retired at the rank of lieutenant, which at that time was the deputy chief of that department. I took a bit of a break from law enforcement, went to work for YMCA, working with grants and programs around health and wellness, and ran for the position of sheriff in 2008. I was elected sheriff of Sagadahoc County. And I've been re-elected 4 times since then, and completing that 4th term right now, or 5th term right now, 4th term right now. And so I have been the sheriff since 2009.
And other than what I'm gonna call the routine training programs that one is required to do through the main Criminal Justice Academy, have you attended any of the outside training academies?
Oh, I have, as it relates to mental health,
Yes.
or just,
Well, let's stick with mental health.
I thought so. Yes, so I have set in on the 8-hour mental health first aid, as well as mental health first aid for youth. I have not attended the 40-hour crisis intervention training. When I worked at the Bath Police Department, I started sending officers to that. It was new at that point. And when I became sheriff of Sagadahoc County, I set a goal of having all of our deputies attend CIT training. And all of our deputies have attended CIT training. And at this time, we only have, we have one candidate that's currently in the Maine Criminal Justice Academy who has not had it. And we have one that we hired a little over a year ago who is waiting for a CIT. So everybody else in our agency of 20, has CIT training.
And of your agency of 20, is that your filled positions or your budgeted positions? Or
I'm very proud to say that is our filled positions. That's our full-time law enforcement division. I think Sergeant Skolfield was asked earlier how many people we have on our agency, in addition to the 20 that make up the law enforcement side of the house, which would include myself. We also have 2 transport deputies, a programs deputy, and then we have 3 part-time deputy sheriffs.
And as with your responsibilities as the sheriff, do you oversee any of the dispatch or emergency communication centers?
It is not technically, but we have a very close working relationship and we're very collaborative. And so we do work very closely together. We happen to be right in the same building. So it's very fortuitous for us.
Which agency runs that emergency communication center that is in your building?
It would be under the umbrella of Sagadahoc County. So it's the Sagadahoc County Regional Communications Center.
Okay, but it's separate from you.
It is separate
Okay.
from us, yes.
For testimony here today about the number of deputies per shift in the zones, just so the record is clear, you divide Sagadahoc County into 2 zones.
Yes, ma'am.
northern and southern, is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Which towns are in the northern and which towns are in the southern?
In the northern would be Bowdoin, Bowdenham, and Richmond, as well as Topsom. Topsom does have a full-time law enforcement agency, 24/7. So, there are times when obviously we have to back them up. They back us up. We have very collaborative work and agreements amongst our agencies. In the southern zone would be Woolwich, Rouseck, and Georgetown on the east side of the Kennebec, and West Bath primarily, and Phippsburg on the west side of the Kennebec. So the south is obviously more towns, more populous, busier, but that's where we get back up. If there is a third deputy, he's usually working in the south.
So when you talk about a third deputy, you're talking one deputy in the north, one deputy in the south, and if you have a third, you have a third one
A
working.
third or fourth, yes, yeah.
And does the Sagadahoc, excuse me, County Sheriff's Department have any reciprocal agreements or zone sharing agreements with the Maine State Police at this time?
We do not, and we haven't, not since I've been sheriff.
And you've talked about doing backup for Topsom. Do you do any backup for Bath PD as
All
well?
the time,
All the
all the
time?
time. Work very closely with our partners in Bath.
And how about any backup agreements across the county line? Or do you have any
We do.
mutual aid agreements across the county line with
We have
Kennebec
mutual-
or others?
We have a mutual aid agreement with the town of Brunswick and with the town of Lisbon. There are roads in Sagadahoc County that you can't get to from here, so to speak. So you have to go into Lisbon to get there. And oftentimes Lisbon will be, if it's a serious call, they'll be the first one to arrive, so.
What is your department's training requirements for yearly continuing education?
So it's basically the academy standard, which is a minimum of 20 every year and then another 20 over a 2-year cycle. I got that correct. I believe that's what it is.
And does the academy direct which course or courses must be taken by the police officers?
Yes,
Or deputies, I should say.
under the directives of the Board of Trustees, there are mandatory trainings that come out through the academy. And right now, those are most often done via online training in like 3-hour segments. And then there are some other mandatory trainings such as firearms and firearms qualifications that have to be done as well to make up that annual training.
Okay. And of those hours, how many of those annual training hours are devoted to firearms? And that's firearms requalification,
Yeah,
correct?
2 hours is the minimum requirement to maintain your certification. However, our agency exceeds that considerably.
What do you require?
So I think Sergeant Skolfield and Deputy Carleton talked about the monthly trainings that we do. So those monthly trainings are usually done in 3-hour blocks. At a minimum, we require deputies to at least send 2 of them. So that's at least 6 hours plus a 2 would be 8 hours in a year. Follow my thinking. Most of our deputies attend more than the 2 minimum on that. And we're now implementing a simulation training program that right now we don't have any required number of hours for that, but we're doing it more and more as we get acclimated to the system.
And when you say the simulation training, is that restricted to firearm situations or other kinds of simulations?
It's a use of force training system. It's so one-dimensional, but it's called the virtual system. It's a screen. It's a live scenario, like almost like a video game you'd play on TV, but this is a use of force scenarios. I don't know if any of you have ever seen one of those, I've seen how they work, but they're state of the art. They're really good.
There's sort of a video that shows someone pops up with a gun in their hand and you respond.
Yeah, well, it's actually even more lifelike than that, where the trainee can actually engage in conversation and the instructor then can determine what the response will be. And the reason we got this 2 years ago through a grant, and we actually got ours before the Maine Criminal Justice Academy got theirs. So I'm proud of that. But the reason we got that was so that we could put an emphasis on de-escalation training. I want to be very clear about that. We, particularly since 2020, there has been a significant conversation in this country about police and excessive force by law enforcement. There are people in this room that have sat on the Deadly Force Review Panel, which I have a seat on, and we talk about that. And oftentimes we talk about, is there a less confrontational way that situation could have been approached? Is there a different way we could have gone about handling that situation, or that particular department, that particular officer, whatever the case may be? That resonated with me. And so what is it we need to do in Sagadahoc County? And so that was the impetus, if you will, behind reaching out and getting a grant, getting the virtuous system. And again, that is shared with our partners in Sagadahoc County. Both Topsom and Bath are using that. We even have a partnership with Bath Iron Works that allows us to have it permanently set up in one of their facilities where we're using that on a regular basis. But we haven't set mandatory criteria on ours yet. I just want to be clear about that.
And is it a virtuous with a B or V? VERTRAS?
VIRTRA. Short for virtual training.
What is your department's policy on required mental health response training?
So we have a policy, and we have a policy that has was recently updated. It was updated in February of 2022.
That would be Exhibit 1.
I think probably, yeah, I have numbers on my, but I do have it right here in front of me. We also contract with Dirigo Safety Incorporated to do professional policy development. And so we look at a lot of the model policies that have been vetted by some of the best minds in law enforcement in the state. And those policies that then we look at, we tailor them to our own needs if we have to. And but we pretty much try to stick with those. They incorporate all of the mandatory standards for the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, as well as those set forth by the Maine Law Enforcement Accreditation Program. And while we're not an accredited agency, haven't gone through that process yet, our policies are aligned for that, so they would meet that. These would be considered best practices. And so our policy on responses to mental health and involuntary committal comes from that source. We've implemented that.
This policy talks about a crisis intervention team. Do you have a formal crisis intervention team?
We don't. And so, this is one of these things, right? So, my plate can fill up pretty quickly in a real short time with a number of things. And you saw in the Cunniff report that there were 3 recommendations. And one of those recommendations was to kind of create a multi-jurisdictional, multi-discipline task force that would be made up of law enforcement officers, mental health providers, and other resources that you could bring to a table that you could make referrals to do more in-depth follow-up with cases such as this with Mr. Fad or any other number of situations. And so when I saw this and going through this policy now almost 2 years ago, before we implemented it, I said, this is exactly what we need to do. And so If you looked on the desktop, my desktop of my computer right now, you would see about 4 different articles around multi-jurisdictional, multidisciplinary mental health task force. And that's because that is a goal that I've been trying to implement, utilize in creating this team that it speaks about in this. Now, remember, this policy is also the same policy that's given to larger departments with more resources, with more officers on duty at any one time. And if you had an agency, I'll just take Portland, for example, or Augusta, where you can have 3 or 4 specifically trained in crisis intervention, okay, can respond to a call and bring in the necessary assets to deal with that. Small agencies working in rural communities where are kind of spread out, it's a little more difficult, but it is a goal and it is achievable.
And the discussions that you've been having or the research that you've been doing, did that come about before October 25th or after October
Before.
25th? We've heard some testimony here today about the joint program you have with other agencies and the Sheriff's Department for the mental health liaison. When do those conversations begin?
Those conversations began last spring with Chief Stewart from Brunswick PD and myself. About the time we were awarded some opioid settlement funds. And we were having lunch one day and thought, okay, it's really not, substance abuse treatment. We got the options program. We know how that options program is really working, and it's a very valuable asset. You've heard our deputies talk about just how valuable that is to us and how many referrals we've done to that. What if we did that with from the mental health? Okay. Do we have enough in our one jurisdiction to do that? No. I said, okay, let's do it for our whole county. And, we'll slow walk into this and see if there's more of a need, then we'll get more people at a later time. So we started that conversation. We reached out to Sweetser because they were doing the community mental health as opposed to main behavioral health working in the hospital. But Sweetser is our local community mental health service provider. And so we went back and forth around a job description, went back and forth around an agreement to make this work. This did take a few months of planning. And then it took them a while to go through the hiring process. As you know, Maine has a shortage in mental health clinicians and hiring people to fill those roles. It's a serious issue. We were fortunate enough to get someone with a law enforcement background in the state of Colorado who just recently relocated here in Maine, and he thought, yeah, I can do that. And he has good credentials. And so it just took a while to get him onboarded. And while he was hired, the 1st of September by Sweetser, they have a whole orientation and onboarding process. Forgive me, Mr. Jordan, if I jump ahead to some other questions, but I just wanted to kind of put this in context for you. So I came back to work on the 20th, but on the 19th, we had a meeting at Brunswick Police Department where I met our mental health liaison, and we talked about that position. And they said they had another week or so of training that he had to do. And so it would be, why don't we just plan on kicking this off around October 1st?
So when you said you came back to work on the 20th, that would be the 20th of September?
The 20th of September, yes.
And when were you out on your medical leave?
When did it start?
Yes.
I remember that, clear as day. July 31st, which was that Monday, yes, Tuesday, yeah.
All right. While you were, prior to July 31st, when Deputy Carleton talked about his interactions with the Card family in May, were you made aware of those interactions?
I was actually, I read his report. I read what had transpired in that. I'm not really familiar with the Card family, although for other reasons, I do know Ryan Card. And he was really the only one I knew. And in that conversation, I saw Ryan's name. I had no idea who Robert Card was. But I saw what Deputy Carleton had done, and it did seem very reasonable at that point, based on the information he was given by the family and what he was attempted to do. I would note that at that point, that was our first interaction with Mr. Card that our agency had, other than him being a complainant, calling in something about. So Robert Card certainly wasn't on our radar at all for any reason.
Who set the qualifications for the mental health liaison position?
Sweetser wrote it up, and then we basically reviewed it. It was Sweetser, and they based that on what we were told, that they were based that on other liaison positions that are staffed by Sweetser.
With other law enforcement agencies
Yes.
in Maine? Okay. What is the status of the reliability of your funding? You talked about getting the funding through the opioid settlement monies. What's gonna happen when that grant runs out?
Yeah, so we did that, and we knew that that was just to get this going, because that was kind of in the middle of a budget year when we first started talking about that, and it was not something we had put in our budget to plan on, so that money was used basically as a stock, a seed fund to do that. I am gonna request in a upcoming budget that it be fully funded by the county.
And if the county refuses to fund it, will you have to either go searching for other grants or stop the?
We will find a way to fund that program.
And that contract between those agencies was all signed, May 22nd, 2023, is that correct?
That's when we kind of agreed that that's what the agreement should be. Yes. Yep.
You said the gentleman was hired September 1st and was doing onboard training through Sweetser, is that correct?
That is, yes.
For the start date?
And just to be clear, I'm not sure that September 1st was the day that he was actually employed, but it was the 1st of September that he started. So when I say the 1st of September, anytime that week, but it was as I was waiting with him.
When you returned from work, you said, I'm sorry, no, returned from being out on sick leave, not vacation. On September 20th, did you have any conversations with either Sergeant Skolfield, Lieutenant Quinn, or your chief deputy about the recent Robert Card interaction with your agency?
No, I did not.
And while you were out, were there any requirements or agreements that the chief deputy would keep you updated on what was going on within the agency?
Yeah, we did keep in fairly close contact. He would stop by my house once or twice a week, send me text messages. I was checking my emails as much as I could. So there were emails that I was CC'd on, so.
But there was nothing about the Robert Card September 15th to September 18th incidents reported to you?
No.
And when did you learn about I'm gonna refer to it as the Skolfield, so we can keep it straight, the Skolfield reports and Robert Card, when did you first hear about it?
Well, first time that I heard about it was when I got a call at home the night of October 25th. And from the sergeant that was on duty that night, and he told me that there was a possibility that it may have been somebody from our county that we had dealt with. And so I started querying him on that information. So the following morning, and I think you've heard Deputy Carleton, say how he printed off copies of that incident, and brought them, to my office. That would have been the morning of the 26th, before I drove to Lewiston.
Backing up just a little bit on the mental health liaison position. Was any training received by any members of your agency between October 1 and October 25th on what the policy was, how this person could be called in, what to do, what to follow up?
There was no training as such. There was an email that went out, and I can provide that to you with the contact information and when the person should be called. The chief deputy, as the chief deputy mentioned, we had a command staff meeting, I believe, early in October, and we discussed Mike coming on board, and I shared information with the command staff.
And at that time, did anything come up about perhaps we should go back and take a look at the Robert Card incident at that command staff meeting?
No, it did not.
And within your agency, when there is a command staff meeting with new directives or new policies that are coming down, what is the policy as to how that is to be relayed out to the folks on the
Yeah,
street?
very good question. So one of the things we started doing a couple of, I'm gonna say a couple of years ago, year and a half or so ago, no, maybe a couple of years ago now, is taking minutes of that meeting and then sharing them with the whole department through an email. So that is done. In addition, we encourage our supervisors, because we have all of our patrol supervisors, to share the information shared at those, unless for some reason it's a matter we don't want shared with the rank and file. And there are very few of those, maybe some personnel issues or whatnot. But other than that, we try to be very open and push that information out. When we talk about new policies, we do have conversations with new policies. We have a process by which our policies are looked at by a group of the lieutenant, the chief deputy. We have a corporal from the patrol division. We have a patrol officer in the patrol division that will look at every new policy and have an opportunity to chime in on it before I make any sort of final edits. And then push that out. And then all of our policies are kept virtually in the cloud by a company that's called Power DMS, which is very, very, very common for law enforcement today. And so it's very accessible from the field. And that's the beauty of it, is that a deputy or a police officer can have access to their agency's policies on an instance by just looking them up, either on their phone or on their computer in their vehicle.
Do you know if any of the other agencies involved in this mental health liaison program had any training prior to 10/25 concerning the new program?
So I don't know that they had any training, and you use the word training as opposed to just awareness that
Yeah, there's a difference. Yeah.
Yeah, I think those are synonymous, almost synonymous, but I do know that Mike was able to do a in-house meeting at a training like we were gonna have done the 1st of November with Bath, and he does have office space in Brunswick. So he's socializes, runs into folks from Brunswick often. But I can't speak to Topsom.
Have your agency since October 25th used, you said his name was Mike?
Yes,
Have they used Mike since October 25th?
quite a bit, actually. Unfortunately, as was stated, Mike was involved in an automobile accident that left him somewhat incapacitated for a couple of months here. And so now that there is a fill-in replacement, but one of the conversations I had with Mike just before he went out was he was going to provide me with some data, some statistics on the cases that he had followed up. But I can think of off the top of my head, probably 5 or 6 referrals that he's done. And I will say this, of the yellow flag cases that we have done since this, and maybe we can get into more conversation about yellow flag attempts prior to September, because I would like to share some of that information. But Mike has been very much involved in those yellow flag calls, correct, right? Yes. Yeah.
Between Mike's coming on board around October 1st and October 25th, were there any discussions or any plans made to go back and look at the recent mental health calls for service?
It's
To the
that's a
new
great
liaison?
question, and unfortunately, I have to answer that, no,
No.
there was not. But I would say that you have enough calls that going forward from that day was more than enough to keep him busy.
We have heard testimony here today that prior to October 25th, your agency had not secured any yellow flag orders. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Had there been any attempts at securing yellow flag orders that were denied?
They weren't denied, but to speak to some of the complications around achieving them, there was. As a matter of fact, the week of, and I'm gonna just quickly find it here, because I want to be sure of the date. Yeah, the week prior, September 6th, and September 10th, there was an attempt to do a yellow flag, and we couldn't. It didn't happen, and so as a result of that, and the situation was a person who had there was concern about them being violent, concern about them doing harm to themselves and to a relative that they were living with. And we we took the person in protective custody and then turned them over to, took them to the emergency room, and they stayed at the emergency room. They were then released, and there was an inquiry about a weapon. So we said, well, we need to do a yellow flag and remove that weapon from the house. And so, because Maine Behavioral Health has a policy that they would not do it, and the person had do the screening, and the person was had just been released from Mid-Coast Hospital. And we conferred with Spurwink. And under that scenario, they weren't able to do an assessment because the person was no longer expressing that likelihood that they would be commit suicide or homicide. And so, because Spurwink wouldn't do it at that point, we then reached out to the family, and we got a father to take the firearm, I believe, that did. Yeah, so that was used as an alternative mean for dealing with that situation. And then there was one other case where a woman had in fact tried to commit suicide, and after she was treated in the hospital, she had actually used a firearm, and we confiscated that firearm. She wanted to get that firearm back. We said, no, so let's try to get a yellow flag law. And again, we ran into the same situation that at that point, we didn't have, we weren't able to do it.
Could you explain that a little bit more here? She
Well,
tried to use a firearm to
she
commit
did,
suicide.
she did, and
she
she
used
was successful in harming herself. And then several weeks later, she was treated and went back home. She made an inquiry about trying to get her firearm back.
And you guys said no.
And we said no.
Okay,
And
and
then we thought we could try to seize it through a yellow flag procedure.
yeah, and what blocked you since she had used a firearm?
You know,
Was she stabilized? Did they give you a reason for it?
yeah, I didn't handle that situation and I don't know. Well,
I didn't handle the situation either, but I might be able to shed a little bit of light on the issue. When protective custody ends, or if it's not, if it hasn't happened, or if it's ended, the option to initiate yellow flag is gone. And we've run into this a couple times. One, the sheriff just referred to. The other times we have run into it are if the person has entered the hospital
Carolyn.
or unbeknownst to us, came in by ambulance, let's say. And the blue paper process has been started or it has already happened. Protective custody either is over at that point or never, it never was there. Yellow flag's not an option. It's one of the issues that folks on the ground, so to speak, have run into with yellow flag. It's if the stars align, it's a short window of opportunity to make this happen before Midcoast Hospital, being at the primary, initiates that blue paper process and gets a judicial review on the blue paper. At that point, it is technically, according to my understanding of the statute as we sit here today, you are not able to go back retroactively and initiate yellow flag. That's one of the issues we've run into.
Yeah, I have a
don't
few
mind.
questions.
Yeah.
I'm the mental health person as these questions.
So, well, I have a question about Maine behavioral health. And I'll get back to that. But with respect to your point, Deputy Carleton, is it your impression that if someone is taken into protective custody, whether it's for a blue paper or a yellow paper, right, transported to an ED for an assessment, that assessment could either be yellow paper or blue paper or both?
Well, I think we're maybe confusing things. Protective custody,
Right, someone's in protective custody.
okay, yes,
And you're taking them to the ED
correct.
for an assessment. The assessment
Correct.
could either be yellow paper, blue paper, or both. It could be a
Yeah.
weapons restriction,
Yes,
an involuntary hospitalization, or both.
that is correct.
Okay, so, but the complaint is, just so I'm clear about this, is that, let's say someone's in protective custody, taken in on a blue paper. Once the hospital initiates the blue paper, someone can't say, oh, well, shoot, we should go back and we've learned this stuff about weapons, we should, try to do a
Technically,
weapons.
no.
Right,
That's
because
one
they're
of the
no,
problems.
right.
Now, I'll give you an example. We had this very situation happen.
Yeah.
Okay. The blue paper process had been started and signed. I learned of a situation where I thought yellow flag was appropriate.
I hear you.
I went back to the ER and I declared they're in my protective custody now. Not the way it's written. It's not the way it was intended. But I explained to the ER staff that I thought this needed to be done and this was an appropriate yellow flag situation. And they agreed with me, absolutely. So technically, we had to work around a little bit of a loophole. It's my understanding there is perhaps emergency legislation in the works right now to fix that so that the yellow flag can be initiated rather from the position of blue paper and not just from the position of protective custody.
I hear you. That's great. That answers my question. Back to Maine Behavioral Health for a second. Maine Behavioral Health is a crisis provider for Midcoast Hospital. Did they, what was their beef? What was their reluctance to do the yellow paper? What was the rationale behind that?
They won't.
Why?
Well,
What do they say about why?
I think all of our major healthcare systems in the state have uniformly refused to do assessments for a yellow flag.
To enact a state law?
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
I understand. I don't think we disagree. I think we are more aligned with that and
Do they enact assist in enacting a blue paper.
all the time,
But not a yellow paper.
So, in true transparency here, I must, tell you that, I'm a member of the Board of Directors for Maine Behavioral Health. And this is an issue it's concerning. This is where we've tried, Mr. McMaster knows kind of the history, around this. And so they won't do it. And as Deputy Carleton has explained, you know, it's tough for, Spurwink to do it once they're, been in the hospital and.
For the reasons that you just mentioned. Okay, that's.
So basically, in this particular case, because the patient was at the ED, Spurwink said they won't do it because they won't do the yellow flag review.
Because technically they're
Yeah,
not
we're
protective
not,
custody.
they're not in our protective custody.
But they won't do it.
Deputy Carleton, when you went back to the ED and declared that this person was now in your protective custody,
Yes, Your Honor.
you had to stay with that person, right?
I did,
Until the yellow flag protocol was completed.
did.
So that was one of the 8 or 10-hour days that you talked to us about.
That was one of the 8-hour start to finish. So I happened to come on duty that morning at 3 a.m. I inherited this particular scenario from Richmond officers that were going off duty. And I looked at the totality of it and decided that I was going to go back and have a conversation with the ER and see if I could make it happen.
So they were in a secure. It was in a secure facility, with a psych unit or the emergency department.
Correct.
And you said,
The blue paper had been signed at 4 a.m. by the judge.
so they were in securely.
Yeah.
That's
With,
very
with
great.
hospital security standing nearby. But point being,
You had to be law enforcement protective custody.
the way the yellow flag process is currently worded, the only way to get there is while you're in protective custody. We had technically already
Released.
Yeah.
released him.
And
I
could I also,
understand that's being fixed, but I don't have any more knowledge on that.
again, I state all this, and this is good conversation, and this is why I really believe in this process. But I think some things have changed since October 25th, and that's why we're seeing some of these things that we're seeing now around the yellow flag. That when I go back to September 10th, 6th and 10th, and that situation there, it wasn't, because people are still maybe trying to figure out what they should do.
Is it your
Maybe the tenor has
understanding
changed.
that major hospital groups are still refusing to do them after October 25th?
The yellow flags.
It's my understanding,
I think they're still using Spurwink.
Well, yes.
because Spurwink is.
And yeah, full gratitude to Spurwink, certainly.
And prior to the contract with Spurwink being signed, is it your understanding that the 2 major hospital groups in Maine were routinely and regularly refusing to do yellow flag evaluations in their emergency rooms?
I have heard that, but I don't have any firsthand knowledge of that myself, but.
I think,
I think we
Mr.
do.
McMaster, has plenty of firsthand information about those kinds of things.
Yeah.
Right. So we're hearing, at least collectively, that one of the problems here is that we need, or you believe the law needs to be fixed to correct the problem of they have to be in a law enforcement officer's protective custody if information is developed after their initially blue paper that says we need to get the weapons away from these people. Am I hearing that correctly?
Well, ma'am, I think this is a lengthy conversation that we could really get into right now. But with respect to yellow flag as it stands right now, it is, in my opinion, that being able to affect yellow flag from a position of blue paper is logical. Now, if we want to further that conversation and say that perhaps the medical assessment, let's back up. Perhaps we want to rely on the officer's probable cause that someone's in mental health crisis and a danger to themselves or others. If we want to rely on that and take that before judicial review, we're talking about red flag. Okay, so, but with respect to yellow flag, in my experience and in my opinion, it's a bit cumbersome, it's a bit limited, and it's, we have run into the scenario where they're already blue papered, or the blue paper process has been started, hospital care has been started. And early, as we were learning the ins and outs of this system, we had situations where we were told, no, we can't do it. I perhaps took that upon myself, maybe biting off a little bit more than I should have, and said, well, nonsense. I'll go back to the ER, and we're just, this is semantics. This is word games. Sure, they're back in protective custody. If that's what someone needs to hear, and everyone's in agreement that this individual needs to be yellow flagged, so be it. I'll go back to the ER. You're in protective custody. We'll move forward. That's not the way it should be. I think it's something that needs to be looked at, addressed, and hopefully fixed. And it's, again, it's my understanding that has already been looked at and is perhaps being addressed.
Thank you. Well, I just, I do have a question that has nothing to do with the yellow flag right now. In the records that your agency produced, the name records for Robert Card,
Yes.
on the pages regarding his motor vehicle, there were 2 alert codes. Who would have entered those codes, and would that information have been passed on to your agency?
I'm gonna pull up his name file. Maybe perhaps you could tell me what it specifically you said they were. On his name file, alert codes.
Yes.
Yep. I think you heard testimony earlier today that those could have been, I think those were likely entered by someone of the communications dispatch, perhaps at the request of a deputy, but I can't tell you exactly who entered those. You talk,
Can I refer you to the page?
yes,
Okay, if you go to the Robert Flagg name file. It gives his name, address, DOB, social security, those
we
sorts of
talk right
things.
below narrative other.
Show you the page, that will help. Pardon my reach. You see the highlighted, 2 highlighted.
Right below
places?
narrative other.
Yep.
Yep.
So those codes reference alert codes MPAT, mental patient, and GUNP, guns on person.
Correct.
Do we know who would have entered those or why they were entered?
Ma'am,
I'm sorry, I don't know who would have entered the.
it may have been me in May.
No date on this one.
I can't say for certainty, but that is something that I would have done in this circumstance. I would have asked dispatch to flag the name file in addition to the MDC message. It's in the attachments, exhibits here rather, that I sent out to all the personnel. That's something that's fairly routinely done, is flagging someone's name file.
I believe Sergeant Skolfield testified that on Saturday, on the second day, that when he tried to revisit Mr. Codd's residence, and through the course of his investigation on that day, that he had actually gone back and looked at Mr. Codd's name file and saw those flags and knew who that they were talking about. So
It appears they were entered somewhere around May 4th on the next page. Under
That
miscellaneous.
definitely would have been me.
That would have been you, so
Yes,
you
ma'am.
would have just called and
Yes, ma'am.
added in.
I would have requested the communications officer to do that.
I have a question for you, Sheriff.
Yes.
In a situation such as Mr. Collins, where there's reason in your department to have serious concerns, but a belief by your department that there isn't sufficient probable cause to take that person into protective custody. And arrangements are made for a family member to take control of the firearms. You don't have a policy that requires any follow-up to ensure that that's happened?
We do not have a policy on that. That would be a good and desirable practice. I will agree with that. We don't have a policy on that though, per se.
Are you in the process of developing a policy in that regard?
I think we've come down now, right? Because we have the advantage of a very clear limit. And should things be done differently as we go forward to try to prevent this from ever happening again? I think now that our position is at almost any cost, let's get the firearms ourselves. Let's take care of them ourselves. We have recently expanded our storage capacity, much to the, a facility isn't set up for it. I can tell you that. We've had to make sacrifices, and now deputies are writing reports in small cubicles and everything, because we've had to take it and convert it into an armory for storage of firearms. So to answer your question, in all sincerity, yes, the appropriate thing to do is to get the firearms ourselves and not have to rely on family.
And prior to October 25th, if those guns were to be secured by a family member, which was the practice at the time, an accepted practice at the time, was there any requirement that the capacity of that family to do that be evaluated?
It's a case by case basis, and that would be hard for me to subjectively answer.
But there was no policy that required.
No,
that
there was
investigation.
no policy, but I think as we talk more, particularly around, we've made a real emphasis around domestic violence cases that have a weapons retention order, that we season those weapons if we have to get a search warrant, and we want to make sure we have all the weapons. And so I can see where we need to have further conversation about these mental health situations where the person's not presenting themselves, or we may not have them. How are we going to do that? I'm going to take the liberty to answer a question that was asked to a couple of the deputies, I think, by Dr. Bader, around what was there other ways to have that face-to-face conversation with him, and given the moment and the time and what took place in those particular days, and Deputy Carleton saying he was asked, pleaded with almost not to make that confrontation, and Sergeant Skolfield not wanting to throw a match in a tinderbox. I get that, but I think in the days and weeks following that, having more communication with the family, and that's how you do that. And if the individual can present themselves to the family, or the family can let us know when the individual is out of the house, and maybe we can find another way to have contact with that person. I think we've got to think about that.
Including their employer?
It could be, yes. I don't know who Mr. Codd's employer was at the time. I think he had some different jobs, but perhaps a family knew. Yes, I agree that that would be a good strategy. You heard Deputy Carleton mention a situation that unfolded recently down in a neighboring county in which that was an extended period of time. And what I learned about that situation was how, if and when you know this person is out of that house, let us know. call us immediately and we'll try to find a way to grab them. Because once we grab them, then we can start to do all the other things that's necessary to do. That wasn't done in this case, but that doesn't mean going forward, this is, you know, we learn, we build on all of this. So I do appreciate the question.
Can I ask you? I skipped over one question. What is your department's policy as it relates to the entry of and then cancellation of a file 6? For instance, do your deputies, do they have to have prior approval for either of these actions by a supervisor or the chief deputy or by you?
So, what happens, there is an audit process, okay? And so the communications center will notify the officer that requested it or the supervisor that requested the file go out. And that's the case on whether it's a stolen vehicle or a missing persons or a check on welfare. So the file 6. So it does lie with the responsibility does lie with the authorizing person that authorized the original.
Okay. And does a supervisor have the authority to override the authorizing individual's request to cancel? And do you have any policies in your agency that say, no, you're going to get your supervisor or the chief deputy's approval before you cancel?
We do not have a policy on that. I would say that the supervisor does have the authority to make that decision.
That's presuming they know that.
Know the
authorizing-
situation, know that the vehicle's been located, know that the wanted person's been arrested, know that the missing person has been found. Yes.
And Sheriff, thank you again for your department being here today. And I know, as I said earlier, this is, you know, tough things your department has gone through. So I appreciate you helping them get through this. So I do have a question. So can you comment on what sort of training or prep your department has had on mass shooting scenarios, but especially not just the response piece, but also threat assessment in terms of, you know, potential perpetrators? What training have you or any of the officers, deputies have had in that area?
We have had training on mass shooting. We also, we're fortunate enough to have a couple of our firearms instructors here. We have at least three Alice instructors. Alice is a program around active shooter response. And we had officers the deputies that have been certified in Alice training so that they can train community folks. We've also done live scenario-based training on active shooter response. And gentlemen, if there's something else I'm missing that you could fill in.
Sheriff saying we've done active scenarios where we put simunition style weapons and airsoft weapons that mimic our duty gear into scenarios, and we'll set the stage for what goes down. We use the old Mount Ararat High School and set up various scenarios and ran different officers through from the area departments that we regularly work with. In situations like that, it's going to be all hands on deck from your agency and neighboring agencies.
What about identifying the threat though? Like and speaking from a little bit of not being law enforcement, but what collaboration you developed to get that intelligence to identify perpetrators and potential targets before you even get to the fact you need to respond? Have there been any work on that?
Good question. You know, we routinely will send out information that comes to us through Homeland Security. Most of the deputies, I can't say all of our deputies, but most of our deputies get the MIAC bulletins, which have a lot of information on them around potential threats and awareness around those situations. Whether it be foreign or domestic. I understand your question, specific training around identifying a potential active shooter in your community. I can't say that we've had any specific training on that.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing further? Well, thank you very much for appearing here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I came all the way up here and I'm not gonna get a single question from Mr. Rexall.
Well, you have invited. So, with all due respect. I asked the same question of Chief Deputy Strout. You had read Chad Carleton's report back soon after he wrote it. And you must read lots of reports, 16 or so deputies, detectives. So that stood out in your memory. It was a pretty significant event. And
Yeah.
when you consider what he found out in May and put it together with what Sergeant Skolfield found out in September, put those two things together, doesn't that put a totally different gloss on it than only looking at what September 16th told your officer? You have to put them together, isn't that right?
Well, yes. I mean, yeah, because you're talking about the same person and you're talking about the similarity of issues revolving around the
Mental
hearing
illness
aids
has
and
been
the
in existence
voices.
now for 4.5 months. It's not getting any better. It's probably getting worse. They've relied upon the family to get the guns away. Now we're talking about relying upon the family to get the guns away again. We're relying upon the army to do something when the army put him in the hospital for a couple of weeks and then let him, walk away. So it's just.
And I understand that, but I also question how, so often we deal with folks that are having a mental health crisis today, and then we don't hear from them from a week or 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. But when you look at the situation with Mr. Cad, you see these gaps, these periods of time where nobody's calling anyone, nobody's sharing anything. What happened between May and July? What happened between the middle of July and the middle of September? What happened between the middle of September and the end of October? I don't know.
I understand. And this is not a question, but a comment, but almost immediately after the shootings, when I found out about the possible involvement of your agency and the fact that you were immediately open and transparent about the involvement of your agency, you made no effort to obscure it or hide it. And I just commend you for taking that approach to this.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, that takes care of the Sagadahoc influence.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Dan?
What's that? I need to do it.
I moved to adjourn.
Second.
I don't know you that requirement. Yeah, so we will adjourn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate this. Take care. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Joel.
Yes.
We actually.
I will.
Oh.
I will send Brian that. Take care of yourself. He assembled it as he did.
Actually swapped it.
Oh, Kevin, you want to say? Yeah. What do you want to do that? Yeah.
We're making you one, we're actually.
No,
Okay.
I just was thinking.
Thanks so much for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, as for idea.